Chapter 2:18. While all the teachers were quiet and somber, their eyes could not remove from one particular participant that actually took part in the elimination round. It was a beautiful woman with red hair and eyes. However, unlike Su Ya's red hair that was lighter than a rose, her redness was darker than blood. And it was not just her hair. She even wore a red hanfu and had a bloody aura surrounding her. In this aura, anyone could see the scream of all the people she had killed, and there were many of them, too many to count. Although she had a beautiful face, there was a permanent evil smirk on the corner of her mouth, which made her both very attractive and scary at the same time. This participant was called Mo Xingyun, and she was the descendant of the Mo family. After a brief silence in the academy's booth, one teacher then responded, "According to the rules, she has every right to participate in the tournament." The person who previously spoke against Mi Xingyun then said back, "It is obvious that she has awakened the heaven-devouring physiques. Aren't any of you worried that she will follow in her ancestors' footsteps?" The room once again became silent, and this time, many people actually had an ugly look on their faces as they remembered something unpleasant. One teacher then said after a brief hesitation, "This generation, there is a high chance that an eternal emperor will be born, and if she manages to be the final winner, then the Mo family will have 2 eternal emperors in their lineage just like the Tao opening sect." "Shut up!" screamed one teacher. "In the last era, there was only one eternal emperor, and it was the founder of our academy, Emperor Kong." This time the mood of most of the teachers was disturbed after hearing this, as this involved the biggest secrets of the academy. In the last era, there were 2 eternal emperors, which was the first such a thing to happen in the Myriad Emperor world since the ancient emperor era. One of them was Emperor Kong, while the other was from the Mo family, and he was called the Heaven Devourer Emperor. The Heaven Devourer Emperor was a nightmare for all living beings in this world. As a devil cultivator who only cared about pursuing power and strength, adding on top of that being an eternal emperor, the highest echelon among great emperors, it was a disaster to the world. After proving the Tao, he did not preach to the world or make any contribution. As a matter of fact, he did not try to help his clan or conquer the world. Instead, he did only one thing: try to swallow the world. To be precise, swallow the source of the world. As a person who cultivated the Tao of Devour, he followed the path of swallowing everything between heaven and earth. And the source of the world was the highest form of energy existing in the endless void. It is the thing that determines the grade of a world. For example, after swallowing most of the world source of the Myriad Emperor world, the entire world entered the age of Tao End. This age took place between the Middle Emperor era and the New Emperor era. For more than 100 generations, a couple 100 million of years, there was no heaven will, hence to no immortality in this world. During that period of time, the highest level of cultivation that cultivators can reach was actually the supreme realm. And even then, that was extremely difficult, as only a few talented ones could do so. Since there was no heaven will, there was no great emperor. Since there was no great emperor, there was no immortal venerable or Tao ancestor. During that age of despair, many cultivators tried to find an alternate way to immortality, but they all failed. In the end, many of them were forced to leave for another world community in an attempt to fight for the heaven will battle there. However, no one ever returned, even as a great emperor. Other people sealed themselves in bloodstones in order to wake up in another generation when the heaven will appeared again. At that time, many people did not know whether the world would ever recover and whether the heaven would appear again. As for the Heaven Devourer Emperor, the only reason that he did not completely destroy the world was because of the intervention of Heavenly Tao. At first, it used divine punishment thunder, but it was no use to a powerful eternal emperor. Then, both the Human Preservation Array and the Demon Preservation Array were activated by both Heavenly Tao and all the sleeping immortal venerable and Tao ancestors. But it was also no use. Many other methods were used to no avail. In the end, Heavenly Tao asked all the emperor lineages in the world permission to use their emperor formations and artifacts. By combining them together, Heavenly Tao was able to exile the heaven-devouring emperor from the endless void. This guy was so powerful that he could only be exiled somewhere where he could not come back. Although most people did not know where he was exiled to, they were lucky that he never returned. As for the reason that the Emperor Enlightening Academy has such animosity against his descendants was because they suffered the most during that experience. For once, the Heaven Devourer Emperor was actually a member of the Academy despite being a member of the MO family. Due to some complications, he was not appreciated by the family in his early years, so he joined the Academy in his early years. Although later on he was reconciled with the MO family after becoming powerful, many people still believe that he was a member of the Academy. At one point, he was even considered a candidate to be the headmaster. However, the Heaven-Devouring Emperor was a true devil cultivator, so he did not care about the fact that the Academy took him in when he was at his lowest. He knew that with his background, the chances of him becoming the headmaster was very slim. On the other hand, all he needed was to be powerful in order to become the patriarch of the MO family, hence getting access to all their resources. So, he left without much hesitation. However, it was not proven how cold-hearted this guy was until he proved the Tao and became an emperor. At that time, the de facto leader of the entire world and the resistance against him was the Academy instead of the Tao opening sect. At that time, the era was still called the Academy Enlightening Era, and there were many rumors that the Tao opening was cursed and would not produce any emperors ever again in their lifetimes. Adding to that, the patriarch of that time, which was from the Yin family, was a very cautious woman, so she decided to be very low-key, a wise decision that actually preserved the strength of the sect. As for the Academy, during their battle against the Heaven-Devourer Emperor, they suffered such a great loss that their foundations were almost destroyed. As a matter of fact, the Academy was almost destroyed at the hand of the Emperor. Luckily for them, they managed to exile him with the aid of Heavenly Tao, and were awarded a great deal of chi luck that allowed them to survive the age of Tao and recuperate during the early stage of the new Emperor era. In the aftermath of what occurred, the Academy and many places in the world, many people refused to acknowledge the Heaven Devourer Emperor's status as an eternal emperor even though their acknowledgement meant nothing. The position of eternal emperor is not something that a bunch of mortals can decide. In the eyes of great emperors, even a supreme realm true monarch is nothing but a mortal that can live for a few million years. They themselves did not have the right to decide whether a person was an eternal emperor, let alone these weak cultivators that will eventually die with the passage of time. Heck, even Heavenly Tao cannot decide such a thing. After a teacher scolded the person that said the previous words, Headmaster by Han finally spoke. You guys know that this topic is a taboo in the Academy, so do not mention it again. As for Mo Xingyun, even if she has the Heaven Devourer physique, without the proper scriptures, she is not much of a threat as her ancestor. Not to mention that this generation is full of heaven-defying genius. All the teachers nodded after sighing melancholy to themselves. Then they did not say another words. As a matter of fact, the true secret of the Academy was not what the Heaven Devourer Emperor did to them. No, the whole world already knew of this history. The true secret revolved around the fact that there were two eternal emperors in the last era. As a matter of fact, Emperor Kong was not a true eternal, but a false one. The reason that he is considered a false eternal emperor was because he was so close to reaching that level, that echelon, but he did not succeed, at least not on his own. Due to all his contributions he made to the myriad emperor world, he was given a little help or boost to reach the level of an eternal emperor by Heavenly Tao through merits. A few eternal emperors refused to accept Emperor Kong as their own, while the others did not really care. As for other great emperors, they did not dare to say anything in front of him as his strength was a real eternal emperor. As for the Academy, only the truly trusted teachers were privy to this information, and they were sworn to so many oaths and binding contracts never to reveal such a secret, otherwise a fate worse than death awaits them. And of course, Headmaster Bai Han is the person who has the most knowledge regarding this topic, as he is Emperor Kong's own son, making him an emperor offspring. Chapter 219. Headmaster Baihan was born in the Middle Emperor era, and his father was Emperor Kong. So, his real name is Kong Han, and he witnessed the creation of the academy. However, all his life, he lived in the shadow of his father. Many people started comparing him with his father. No matter what he achieved, it was either not good enough, or people attributed it to the fact that he was Emperor Kong's son. So, his relationship with his father was not good to begin with. Nevertheless, it was still expected by everybody for Baihan to be the next great emperor of the academy after his father washed away his karma for him. However, things escalated when his mother died, and his father did nothing to either prevent it or bring her back. To this day, Baihan still remembers the indifferent look his father had on his face when he said to him, "You do not need to make a fuss about everything. She is not dead, but just entered samsara." Baihan cursed at his father for being cruel and indifferent, before leaving home forever and never spoke to him ever again. He took his mother's last name and only returned to the academy once his father left. As a matter of fact, Emperor Kong was not being cold or indifferent. As a great emperor, he is a higher dimensional life form and sees things differently from mortal cultivators. All of them see death as the end of the road, while he sees it as another beginning. He could literally see his wife enter samsara, and he could even go see her new reincarnation if he wanted to. He could awaken her memories from her last life. At the same time, he also knew that without becoming a great emperor, Tao, ancestor, or immortal venerable, she would never escape the shackles of constant reincarnation. As for the reason that Emperor Kong did not help his wife achieve the cultivation realm of the latter two, it was because she wanted to have another chance to become an emperor after reincarnation, so he arranged for her to be born in another heavenward world. Unfortunately, due to lack of communication, his son misunderstood him and ran away from home. After wandering around the world for many years, he returned to the Emperor Enlightening Academy as he felt that it was the home that his mother helped create. Baihan desperately needed to become a great emperor in order to revive his mother. However, since he did not let his father wash away his karma, he could not compete in the next heavenward battle. So, he sealed himself in bloodstone for countless years before he was awakening in the last generation. However, he could not get past the mental barrier that he was the son of Emperor Kong. So, he used a secret technique to have a woman carry him. He abandoned his body, his powerful bloodline, and his cultivation and turned into a baby. Essentially, he was reborn anew with all his memories. This was the reason that he could talk as soon as he was born, and the academy believed him to be a born sage. And Baihan lived to these expectations. With him being personally tutored by an eternal emperor, he could easily guide other people in their cultivation. With knowledge of ancient time and a vision from once being a supreme realm true monarchs, he rapidly grew among the ranks of the academy until he became the headmaster. Unfortunately for Baihan, he was very unlucky. First, he met a heaven-defying genius like Wang Tian and lost to him. Even his previous cultivation and profound knowledge could not help him. Then, he learned that not only would there not be a heaven will in his generation, but even the supreme path was cut off in order to make way for the next generation. Baihan spent many hours lamenting on how terrible and unfair heaven was to him. And he also often regretted not accepting his father's help and let him wash away his karma. By then, he should have already proven the Tao and resurrected his mother. After all that happened to him, Baihan considered whether to seal himself again, but he did not want to. Being sealed is not a fun experience that anyone can withstand, especially the people that have to live through countless generations. There are two types of seal. One for people who are about to die and want to lend their strength to their sect or faction one last time in the future. These people are completely sealed, and once they wake up, they know that they will not survive long. As for the people who want to wake up in another generation in order to wash away their karma, they have to keep a silver of their consciousness alive in order to experience the baptism of time in order to properly wash away their karma. And the process is a form of torture. They have to spend what feels like eons in a dark, empty, and silent place with only their thoughts and nothing else. The process is similar to the second trial in the pagoda, But instead of spending only 100 years, these people have to spend millions upon millions of years. The majority of them go crazy in the process. Some awake ahead of time and allow their lifespan to naturally die. Only a few can actually wait till the process is over. Baihan did not want to go through that process again. His Tao heart was not enough for him to suffer through that lonely process for a second time. This is the reason that he is so focused on properly cultivating Lin Fan. He hoped that once Lin Fan became a great emperor, he could wash away his karma for him and compete for the next generation's heaven will battle. While the teachers of the academy were having their little disagreement, the elimination round of the tournament had already begun. Mo Xingyun was teleported to a random location inside the secret realm. Around her were a few slaughtered devil beasts lying on the floor. Although these beasts were dead, there was no blood or wound on them. They looked like dried mummies that were sucked dry of all their blood and internal organs. Well, that is exactly what happened to them. She looked in the distance while secretly thinking to herself, without the gluttony, swallowing scripture, my heaven-devour physique will never reach the level of the ancestor. However, I have an advantage over him, and that is that I was born in a very prosperous era. All the top 10 heavenly physique showed up all at once. The number of times this kind of thing happened in the history of the Myriad Emperor world can be counted in one hand, not to mention that even new physiques appear. If I can swallow all of them, then my power can reach a level even beyond my ancestor's youth, prove the Tao, and become an eternal emperor. However, these guys at the top are not so easy to mess with. So let's begin with the bottom 3 physiques. With the Mo family backing me, it should not be much of a problem if I swallow these guys from the lower realm. However, the one from the Worshipping Tao Academy might be a slight problem. TSK, when did I as a devil cultivator actually care about other sects' response? They'll just openly swallow these guys. They cannot blame me if they are so weak. Furthermore, as long as I have a spot in the top 30 of this tournament, I will be problem-free until the primordial spirit realm. After thinking about this, Mo Xingyun then rushed in a certain direction, tracking her prey. She will not give them the opportunity to rise in this tournament. Meanwhile, in another direction far from Mo Xingyun, a young cultivator from a holy land was slowly heading in one particular direction. If anyone were to observe him closely, they would find out that he had a numb look in his eyes. It was like he was a puppet being controlled by someone, like he had no will of his own. Inside this poor man's sea of consciousness, a vague shadow was suppressing his soul and controlling his body. The shadow looked in the direction that the body was headed as it muttered to itself, I have finally found the owner of the heaven-devour physique. With her help, my plans can finally come to fruition. I have been waiting too long for this day. Chapter 220. After leaving the arena where the competition took place, Wang Wei and Wu Hong returned to his residence. After activating the formation to prevent anyone from spying, Wang Wei took out something from his space ring. It was actually the room that housed the divine punishment thunder. It was previously located somewhere under the Tao opening sect, but before leaving for his trip, Wang Wei had true monarch Yin Shun create a small world where he can place the thunder and carry it inside his space ring. After entering the small room, both Wang Wei and Wu Hong found themselves in front of a lake with black liquid inside. Countless lightning and thunder strikes could be seen flashing once in a while on top of the lake. There should be no problem, no? Asked Wang Wei. Wu Hong looked at the river for a brief moment before nodding. Wang Wei then immediately removed his sacred sun garment and stood inside the room with only his underwear. His very well-defined and beautiful muscles were exposed to the world. He started to do some poses to show them off. However, every time he contracted his muscles, the sound of steel grinding could be heard coming from his body. Every time he clenched his hand, the sound of the air breaking could be heard. His vitality and blood was so exuberant that the temperature around could be raised by him just by the blood flowing throughout his body. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked at Wang Wei's poses with a calm look on her face. However, a deep sense of speechlessness could be seen in her eyes as she knew that he did that on purpose. Don't you have any shame? Getting naked in front of a lady you just met less than a week ago? If I do not remove my clothes, how are we supposed to properly do this kind of thing? Replied Wang Wei with a look of innocence in his face, despite the fact that his words were purposely vague and ambiguous. Wu Hong sighed helplessly. However, she had a slight smile on her face. It was as if she was very amused. "All right, let's begin," she ordered sternly. Wang Wei nodded before sitting cross-legged in front of the lake. Suddenly, Wu Hong's eyes lit up white. Then, with a wave of her hand, countless runes appeared in the room. There were 4 of them and were circular in shape. Then, with a wave of her other hand, all the black water or divine punishment thunder in the lake floated into the air. The 4 runes surrounded the water in the shape of a box. Wu Hong clenched her white and smooth hand. Then the black thunder started to condense and decrease in both size and volume. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was watching the entire process in awe. He did not feel any aura from Wu Hong, nor did he understand the meaning of these runes that she made. Forget understanding them. He did not even recognize them. It was then that Wang Wei realized how little does he truly know about the world, and how powerful his future girlfriend is. A few minutes later, the divine punishment thunder was turned into the size of a furse surrounded by a sphere made of runes, and it was floating in the palm of Wu Hong. She then looked at Wang Wei. "Now, I will seal it on your spine. That way it becomes much harder to intervene with your internal organs. The power of this thunder will slowly release in order to temper your body, and you can determine the level of power that is released, but don't go overboard. And do not release that power in your internal organs until you properly tempered them." Wang Wei smiled before nodding. So Wu Hong did what she said and sealed it inside his spine. As soon the little orb entered his body, Wang Wei groaned as he felt a mysterious power starting to ravage all of his bones. Soon after, his already tempered to great perfect bones started to crack. In just a few seconds, all 206 of his bones were cracked to the point of almost being destroyed. However, his regeneration ability kicked in and his bones were back to normal. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, this process did stop after only one time, but a few 100,000 times. In just a few hours, he experienced his bones being repeatedly cracked and repaired. The worst part was that the pain was even more severe when he used heavenly tribulation to temper his body. Half a day later, the process stopped as his bones were no longer cracking. However, Wang Wei had an ugly look on his face. The power he was using to temper his body was not even 1/1000th of the divine punishment thunder, yet it had such power. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he started the process again. This time it was his skin that went through that torture. So, he spent another half day feeling the pain of his skin being ruptured and being repaired again and again. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was looking at all of this with a calm look on her face. She knew what it took to become a true powerhouse, so she did not help him, not even to remove his pain. She knew that if Wang Wei could not bear such little suffering, then his chances of becoming a great emperor would be close to zero. As for their relationship, unfortunately, without becoming a great emperor, she will have to witness him entering the cycle of samsara again and again until he finds a way to reach immortality. It is just like Wang Wei said during the True Dragon in meeting. As a future companion, he has to be able to pull his weight in the relationship. Otherwise, he would become a burden that Wu Hong has to carry by herself. Although Wu Hong would not mind such a thing, she knew that Wang Wei's pride would never allow him to become a burden to her. So, she did not try to appease him as she knew that he did not need it. She knew that he had the will and spirit to do what it takes to reach the top and accompany her along the way for eternity. If they want to establish a true companionship, then they have to have similar status, strength, and starting line. Meanwhile, after finishing re-tempering his skin, Wang Wei then directed the black thunder to his muscles. However, this time he dramatically reduced the power. His muscles have not been tempered to great perfection yet, so he did not want to take any risks. After doing that, Wang Wei stood up from the ground, clenched his hand, then threw a punch. Boom! A powerful explosion ringed out in the room, following which a space crack appeared where his fist landed. However, after a few seconds, the space crack closed and everything returned to normal. Wang Wei knew that this space crack represented that his fleshly body had reached the strength of the void-shattering realm even if it was the lowest level of that realm. His fist could break the power of law. However, he was not that happy. Well, to be precise, he was thinking about something completely weird. He realized that the reason that it took him so long to create a method to refine the divine thunder punishment was because it was involved around the power of law. To be precise, it involved Tao law according to Wu Hong. Wang Wei can deduce that Tao law was probably the law controlled by great emperors based on his knowledge in all the cultivating realms. However, here comes the issue. How can his future wife easily seal such a power? Wang Wei has always known that Wu Hong was powerful, but he did not expect her to be so powerful. However, he did not really care about such a thing as he himself will reach such level and beyond eventually. What he really cared about was his future sex life. When in the future, he and Wu Hong get intimate, wouldn't he have to be at the bottom? Without the proper strength, he can imagine that with Wu Hong's personality, she will really make him the bottom without hesitation. Well, as a modern person, he does not really care about this, but he still has his macho side and would like to be on top. Wang Wei sighed as he realized that for a great while, his sex life will be quite miserable until he has the strength that is. Then, he will take his revenge. Hopefully. You were thinking weird again, weren't you? Suddenly asked Wu Hong with a smirk on her face. I do not know what you were talking about, replied Wang Wei calmly while putting his clothes on. Wu Hong smiled before walking up to him. She then caressed his gray hair slowly before saying, Don't worry, I will take your ego into account and let you be on top once in a while. Wang Wei had a shocked look on his face as his eyes bulged and his mouth opened wide. He was genuinely shocked. Then, he backed away from her with vigilance. Can you read my mind? You do not have to worry about that, replied Wu Hong calmly. Wang Wei still had the vigilance on his face. Although he could accept her being more powerful than him, more knowledgeable, and even have many secrets, but he will never accept if she could read his mind. Wu Hong noticed the vigilance in his eyes, but she did not mind as he knew him better than himself. You do not need to worry. With your soul, no one can read your mind without you even knowing, not even me. Wang Wei nodded as he realized that he may have been a little too sensitive. However, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind, and he asked, Do you know about my soul? About paragons? Wu Hong pondered for a brief moment before responding, Well. Chapter 2:21. After pondering for a while, Wu Hong decided to tell Wang Wei a few things. So she motioned for him to sit down on the ground in order to be more comfortable while talking. Of course, they did not really sit on the ground, but floated a few centimeters above. After organizing her words, Wu Hong then explained, Paragons are the noblest existence in all heaven myriad world, in all of chaos. They are called the darling of chaos by all cultivators in the universe, replied Wu Hong. However, Wang Wei was not satisfied with this answer. So he said, Can you be a bit more specific? I am getting there. So be patient, replied Wu Hong while giving him a stare in act which made a little embarrassed. Paragon is both a title and a cultivation realm. To be precise, it is the last cultivation realm possible for great emperors. Once you reach that realm, you could be considered as having reached the end of the Tao, the end of the cultivation path, as there are no more roads ahead. Wang Wei started thinking about all the information he just learned. For one, according to Wu Hong's words, one has to become a great emperor first before becoming a paragon. So it must be a realm after great emperor. However, it seems that paragons are not that simple given a title like Darling of Chaos. Now, the question that Wang Wei is wondering is how could his soul be so powerful? Could it be because of all the blue lights that he absorbed after being swallowed by the space crack back on Earth? After reigning in his thoughts, Wang Wei then asked, If I have a paragon soul like you said, shouldn't I be more awesome? For example, I should be able to easily comprehend the Tao laws and the divine punishment thunder, or I should be completely unaffected by things like illusion, spiritual guidance, etc., but I am not. Wu Hong looked at Wang Wei with a speechless look on her face. This guy's narcissistic nature can sometimes pop up out of nowhere. For one, that is because your soul only has the quality of paragon, but not the quantity. Second, most paragons have been baptized by the power of Tao Law, but your case is very rare where your soul quality reached their level without any Tao Law. You do not even have the power of ordinary law. More importantly, you do not know how to properly use the power of your soul. Of course, the truly most important reason is the fact that someone actually sealed the power of your paragon soul. But I cannot tell you about that, secretly thought Wu Hong to herself with a calm and peaceful look on her face. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt that something was wrong, but he could not wrap his head around what it was, so he placed his worries in the back of his mind. "Could you teach me how to use the power of my soul?" he asked with a look of expectation in his face. "Unfortunately, I cannot," replied Wu Hong, still with a stoic look on her face. "Why not? It's for your own good." "What do you mean by that? If you start to use the power of paragon in this world, then I can guarantee you that you would not live long. Even if the Tao opening sect used all 9 emperor formations and emperor artifacts, even if all the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables that were secretly sleeping woke up, they could not protect you. Your only result would be death and the destruction of your sect with all your loved ones. Unless one of your sect's great emperors reached the realm of paragon and interfered, there would be no chance for you to survive. And even if a paragon intervened for you, you would be forced to leave the myriad emperor world forever." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He did not think that paragons involved so many secrets and power in this world. He had to sigh how vast and complex this world is, let alone if you add the entire endless void. On top of that, the will of the battle maniac emperor once insinuated that there is a world out there where great emperors go to after proving the Tao. If you add that, how vast and complex the universe he is and actually is. What about Earth? Is it out there somewhere, or in a completely different universe? Wang Wei sighed at how insignificant he truly was in the grand scheme of things. His little accomplishments so far are truly nothing. His pursuit of one day being free and unfettered by pursuing the end of the Tao and beyond has barely begun. So, he warned himself to never be complacent for any of his so-called achievements. "Let me ask you," said Wang Wei, "where would I be forced to go if one of the sect's paragons were to interfere?" However, as soon as he asked that question, the room inside this small world became black and white. It was as if all the colors in this room were completely removed, leaving only these two. Then, a powerful will suddenly descended inside the room. This will was mighty, noble, cold, and indifferent. At first Wang Wei thought that this was heavenly Tao that appeared, but he could feel that this will was more supreme and more noble than heavenly Tao. It was like heavenly Tao was nothing but its slave and not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as it. As soon as the supreme will manifested, Wang Wei felt an instinctive dislike for this will that came out of nowhere. It was like it was deeply engraved in his soul. Then, the Supreme will started to scan everything around inside the room. It first scanned Wang Wei. It saw through all of him, whether it was his fleshly body, physique, cultivation, and even his Tao heart. However, when it approached his soul, a mysterious power appeared and blocked the will's vision. To be precise, it tricked that majestic will. The mysterious power made that will think that there was nothing truly special about Wang Wei's soul. Meanwhile, during this entire process, Wu Hong had a frown on her face while thinking to herself, "I went a little overboard and let Wang Wei's previous vigilance of me get the best of me. I never should have revealed these secrets until after he became a great emperor." Now even great Tao showed up. After the Supreme will finished scanning Wang Wei, it looked in the direction of Wu Hong. It seemed it also wanted to scan her. However, she just raised her hand and said out loud, "I promise I won't say anything again." The Supreme will pause for a few seconds, then it disappeared as if it never was here. No one in the entire world besides those two noticed its existence. Of course, the real reason that the will of great Tao did not scan or punish Wu Hong was because a similar mysterious power as Wang Wei secretly came from her and interfered. Unfortunately, Wang Wei was too weak to notice any of these powers. So, after the Supreme Will left, he asked out loud with disgust, "What was that? Heavenly Tao? And why do I feel so revolted?" However, this time Wu Hong did not answer his question. She just raised her shoulders before saying, "You just saw what happened when I tried to tell you about some secrets of heaven and earth. So, until you manage to prove the Tao and become a great emperor, many things I cannot say to you." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He realized that not only does he not know many things, he does not even know many things even about himself. He is shrouded in many secrets. The worst part is the fact that someone he met a week ago knows him better than himself. Of course, as intelligent as he is, Wang Wei can still guess the reason that so many things out of his understanding keep happening to him. Or, at least, he has a working theory. His theory is the fact that his future self is doing some shady business, and, as a result, he is paying for it. Or to be precise, his future self is playing chess with another supreme being, and even time and space is nothing but a game for those two. Although this sounds far-fetched, Wang Wei does not think so. In this cultivating world, it is not too far-fetched to control the power of time. Not to mention that there is even a scientific theory back on Earth that mentions such a thing. It is called retrocausal quantum theory, which basically states that present you can affect past you, and future you can also affect present you. Although this was a simplified explanation of such a complex theory, the whole notion of this idea relied on the principle that time is not linear, that all of time is happening simultaneously. So, Wang Wei does not believe that his theory is so far-fetched as it can explain a lot of weird phenomena occurring around him. For example, why he went through 2 heart demon tribulations without even reaching the primordial spirit realm. It can also explain his powerful intuition and how he got such a talent. More importantly, it can also explain the existence of Wu Hong. Why he was so easily attracted to her, why she knows him so well despite having met for the first time in the past week. More importantly, it can explain why she knows so many secrets. Obviously, she might be one of the players in that game that his future self is playing, and she is here for a reason. Of course, Wang Wei knew that he could also be wrong, so he did not place all his cards on that theory and is open to another or better explanation. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he asked Wu Hong, "Is there anything else that you could tell me without getting into trouble?" After pondering for a while, she nodded. "Your paragon soul will make it virtually impossible for you to enter the primordial spirit realm." Chapter 222. After hearing this information, Wang Wei had a frown on his face as he pondered. Although he could roughly understand her meaning, he still asked, "What do you mean?" After saying that, Wang Wei took out some of the leftovers from the Saint Realm golden rock meat and ate them in order to replenish his energy. Too many things happened to him in just a day. Of course, he also set a plate for Wu Hong. However, she did not seem that hungry. "What do you know about breaking through the primordial spirit realm?" asked Wu Hong instead of answering directly. "Well, to put it simply, after a cultivator uses their good fortune flame to refine a divine body for them that can withstand the power of law, they enter the divine body realm. Then, they have to use the same good fortune flame to refine their soul into a primordial spirit which is necessary to be able to wield the power of law." After saying that, Wang Wei stopped with a deep frown on his face. He was thinking deeply this time. It took him a while to wake up. "So you have already figured it out?" asked Wu Hong. "With how powerful your paragon soul is, it is impossible for your good fortune flame to actually refine it into a primordial spirit unless you abandon the paragon quality soul." Of course, Wang Wei would never do such a thing. Even if this paragon soul is nothing but a pain as ours so far, he knew that he would benefit from it greatly in the future as long as he can get through the troubles it brings. After thinking for a brief moment, Wang Wei waved his hand. Then his good fortune flame appeared in the palm of his hand. "My good fortune flame is different from the normal one. Are you sure it will not be enough?" he asked. Even the best of good fortune flame has only 12 colors, but he had an extra color signifying his transcendence. After looking at the 13-color good fortune flame, Wu Hong stared at it for a while before muttering, 9 is the extreme, and 12 is perfection. 13 is detachment. Wang Wei had heard of this saying before, but not the last part of it. He wanted to ask what detachment was, but he learned from his mistake and decided to shut his mouth. He was already under a lot of psychological pressure from all the things he learned in one day, so he did not need any more. Plus, he knew that Wu Hong would not answer him this time. So, does my good fortune flame make it possible for me to break through the primordial spirit realm? Asked Wang Wei. Well, replied Wu Hong after waking up from her momentary daze. It only increases your chances, but that's all. On its own, it is still impossible for you to make a breakthrough. Well, what should I do now? Any idea? Asked Wang Wei. Unfortunately, no, replied Wu Hong. Plus, you do not need my help. I am sure that during our conversation, you have thought of a few methods to solve the problem. She had a bright smile on her face when she said that. Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, as he did indeed have a few plans. Although he did not know whether they would work, he still has a few hundred if not thousand of years before he has to worry about breaking through the primordial spirit realm. So, he was not that worried as he had plenty of time to come up with other and better solutions. However, he was worried about something. He discovered that his mentality had slightly changed after meeting Wu Hong. He realized that in such a short time, he was beginning to rely too much on her. Wang Wei knew that this could not be helped as Wu Hong knew so much more than him, and her input in things are usually vastly different than his. But he also warned himself not to rely on her too much unless absolutely necessary. After all, if he develops such a mentality, then it would be impossible for him to continue his path of emperor. A true emperor is someone that can shoulder both heaven and earth on their own. Although they can receive help from other people, they should never rely too heavily on someone else. They should never become a crutch. After figuring out these things, Wang Wei felt that his state of mind had sublimated a little bit. He felt that many of the things that happened to him in the past few days were not as much of a big deal as he thought. All he needs to do is take everything in stride. No matter the situation, all he has to do is remain calm, then think of a plan that either benefits him or further his agenda. After his little epiphany, Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself down. Meanwhile, Wu Hong had a slight smile on her face. She noticed the slight dependence that Wang Wei was developing towards her. The reason that she did not say anything was because she believed that he would also notice it, solve the problem by himself. People with Dao heart as powerful as young emperors are usually very in tune with not only their emotions, but also their state of mind. They can easily notice when something is wrong with them, analyze the reason for the change or problem, then fix it themselves. After calming himself down, Wang Wei decided to change the topic and talked about something else. Can you tell me about Empress Wu? It should not be some big secrets, right? Asked Wang Wei. No, it is not. What do you want to know? Replied Wu Hong. Mostly about her rise and why she suddenly disappeared. Wu Hong nodded her head, then took a brief moment to organize her thoughts. Why don't you tell me what you know about the Devil Era? In general, she asked. Well, after the absolute beginning emperor ended the Incense Era, the world went through a brief period of peace and prosperity, at least for Taoism and the Tai Profound Gate. Then, all the cultivators in the Myriad Emperor world learned about the horror of the Endless Void. Another powerful heaven world, named the Nine Devil God world, suddenly invaded our own. These devils were a cruel and bloodthirsty race that took pleasure in slaughter, rape, and destruction. It did not matter whether it was children, woman or man, human or demon race. They killed everything in their sight. They basically enslaved all races in the Myriad Emperor world and treated them as livestock. As a matter of fact, their entire cultivation system relies on committing sin and negative karma in order to reach a higher realm. So, the more terrible things they did, the stronger they became. These people then committed the worst and most unimaginable crime or sins possible. The worst thing was the fact that this world actually had 9 great emperors at once called the Devil Gods. Although the Human Preservation Array prevented these demon gods from entering our world, it did not change much. The cultivators of the myriad emperor world were still not a match for all the other devil races that managed to enter. Adding to that, these devils seemed to have a method that allowed them to compete for the heaven will without an identity token. So for an entire era, the majority of great emperors cultivated in our world were actually from the devil race. The situation was actually similar to back in the incense era with Buddhism. At least this was the current theory, as not much information is left about Buddhism from that era. Of course, not all the great emperors were from the 9 devil god world. Some genius in our world managed to defy the odds and prove the Tao. Unfortunately, they were immediately besieged by the 9 devil gods and either killed, sealed, or exiled. Then there was a great emperor from the sword-casting villa that managed to kill 2 of the 9 demon gods. Then he negotiated a temporary peace with the others, which brought time for our world to recuperate. However, it was then that we learned that the heaven will of the 9 devil god world was actually a position. After one of the devil races acquire the heaven will, they will become a devil god and serve the world for a period of time. After their services are finished, they can leave with the heaven will and become a true great emperor. And one way that these devil gods figured out to reduce their long sentences in that position was to actually invade other worlds, then sacrifice either the entire world or the heaven will of that world to the heavenly Tao of their own world. Then they can be free. The devil era lasted quite some time until Empress Wu appeared and ended it. That's the general summary of that time. Chapter 223. Wu Hong nodded, as this was the broad and general description of the historical events that occurred during that era. After reorganizing her thoughts, she started to narrate. Well, Empress Wu was born in a very small village in the mortal world. As you can imagine, back then, the lives of mortals was even worse than cultivators, as they did not even have the strength or the will to resist the devil race. According to the law back then, every time a mortal kingdom, city, or village reached a certain level of population, 90% of the people would be selected as food, slaves, or plaything for the devil race. As for the remaining 10%, they would be left alive in order to repopulate before the next election. Right after Empress Wu was born, her parents were selected and she was raised by the old uncle in the village. When she was 18, she had grown into a beautiful young woman which caught the attention of a human noble. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, so he asked, "There was still human nobility back then? In such a terrible era?" Wu Hong nodded before explaining. The so-called human nobles were actually traitors of the human race. Most of them betrayed their own race and submitted to the devil race and became their running dog. The devil race, which reveled in sins truly like seeing those traitors and used them as a way to control the other human race. As a matter of fact, some of them even inserted the devil race bloodline inside their bodies in order to become closer to their enslaver. Wang Wei nodded as he could foresee this happen. The human race is a very complex one, and it is not unaccepted that they would betray their own kind. Even the demon race that has the concept of tribe and bloodline connection embedded deep in their souls has traitors among them, let alone the human race that is easily divided amongst each other. However, Wang Wei still had a question, so he asked, "There are rumors that devil cultivators originated from the devil race. Is that true?" "Indeed," replied Wu Hong. The early devil cultivators were actually normal cultivators that took the cultivation path of the devil race and studied it. Then, they combined it with the origin path in an attempt to become stronger and in the 9 devil god worlds occupation of our world. In some ways, they were successful as many devil emperors were born in that era, and they all fought against the devil race to their deaths. This is the reason that even though many cultivators do not like the devil cultivators, they are still allowed to occupy the western White Tiger continent. It was all thanks to their merits during the devil era that even heavenly Tao acknowledged their contributions to the world. Wu Hong paused for a brief moment, and seeing that Wang Wei had no more questions, she continued her narration. The human noble did not want Empress Wu for himself, but to be handed to a devil prince. Well, devil princes were actually inheritors to the devil god position. Once one of the 9 devil gods left their positions and became true great emperors, the devil princes would battle it out, and the winner would become the next devil god. Knowing what her fate would be like if she was caught by the human noble, the empress ran away from the village. It was then that she had a fortunate encounter and started on the path of cultivation. However, her early years were quite miserable as he was constantly on the run from that human noble. Things got even worse when that devil prince became aware of her existence and desired her. He even promised the human race alliance that if they sent her to him, he would negotiate with the other devil princes to ease the suffering of the humans in the world. As that devil prince was a genius that appeared once every thousands of generations in the devil race. And given the fact that he was the most powerful one, the human alliance believed his words. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, as he had read about the human alliance. It is similar to how all the factions of the world banded together in the ancient emperor era to fight the Golden Ape Emperor. However, this time they were fighting the devil race, and Wang Wei also knew that the Dao opening sect was in fact in charge of the alliance during that time, but he had never heard about such a thing. Wu Hong further explained the situation as he could guess what he was thinking. This devil prince was so talented that in his generation, the 9 devil gods decided not to sacrifice that generation's heaven will to their own world's heavenly Dao, but instead let him use it as he could possibly become an eternal emperor. As for the reason you did not hear about the fact that the human alliance accepted his offer, it was probably because they erased such embarrassing things from history in order not to look bad. I am sure if one day you get access to the secret archive of your sect, you'll find the real history written in them. Wang Wei nodded as he was not that surprised. He was not a gullible person who believed that his sect never did anything wrong. As the most powerful faction of the Myriad Emperor Word, Wang Wei knew that the Dao opening sect had done many cruel and shady things in order to retain their power and position. He can guess that even his father, who always had a happy and doting look, has done some shady things in his life as a sect master. And when he takes that position, he will do the same. So, he was not fazed to learn that his sect has fabricated history in order to make themselves look better. All factions have done this at some point. Meanwhile, Wu Hong continued her narration. She also knew that Wang Wei would not be fazed by such a thing. Where was I? Yes, the promise of that devil prince. After he said these words, the empress spent her life running and hiding. She could not even trust her own race. And the few people that she could trust would always tell her that she should be happy that the devil prince wanted her, that she was not worthy of him, and should be glad that she caught his eyes. For a poor and mediocre cultivator like the empress at that time, it was a constant pressure just existing, as everyone always questioned her value or worthiness. After hearing this, Wang Wei understood how Wu Hong formed her temperament. It was probably modeled or is directly from Empress Wu after she proved the Dao and became a great emperor. However, he was truly surprised to hear the word mediocre describe Empress Wu. So he asked, "Are you saying that Empress Wu, an eternal emperor and one of the greatest great emperors to have existed in this world, was mediocre?" Wu Hong nodded her head calmly before explaining. At the beginning of her cultivation journey, she was indeed mediocre. As a matter of fact, it was not until she reached the void, shattered realm and comprehend the law that her extraordinary nature showed up. Of course, the changing course of her life started after she broke through the supernatural realm. Wang Wei frowned as he did not understand. So he said, "Elaborate, please." Well, Empress Wu started her cultivation journey with an ordinary cultivation technique, with no proper training or guidance, no resources, and people always chasing after her. So, in the body refining realm, she only cultivated to the 9th layer. Her divine sea was ordinary. She only had 270 divine veins in her altar before entering the supernatural realm. Even her good fortunate flame was 9-colored. Back then, she was nothing but an ordinary cultivator. Although Wang Wei was surprised after hearing this news, he realized that it made sense after thinking about it rationally. Given the emperor's background and time period that she was born, it made complete sense. Although things made sense, he still had to sigh at Empress Wu to be able to come so far and accomplished so much with all the shitty cards that life gave her. He admired her even more and became more thankful for all the things that he was born with, for all the things he was blessed with from birth, whether it was his healthy family and friends or all the generational wealth that he has inherited. He also promised himself to do whatever it takes to make sure that he cherishes and protects all these things. So, what happened to her in the supernatural realm that made her so exceptional? Asked Wang Wei with an intrigued voice. After acquiring a relic from the past, the Empress was able to absorb enough Qi luck to reach the level of purple gold. Then, she acquired a taboo innate talent called Universal Seal. Chapter 224. After a brief pause, Wu Hong continued to explain. The Universal Seal is the ability to seal anything between heaven and earth / whether it was existing or non-existing things, physical and non-physical things, spiritual and non-spiritual, even existing concepts like life, death, and even fate. In summarization, she can literally seal anything in the universe. Wang Wei nodded as this was indeed a terrifying ability. However, since it was a taboo talent, there must be a price or restriction. So, what was the restriction? He asked. She could only use it once in her life, replied Wu Hong with a calm face, and Wang Wei nodded. So, how did this talent help her? After she received that heaven-defying talent, she started to study it instead of using it. Although the Empress talent was mediocre, she had an outstanding comprehension. She tried to create a cultivation technique solely based on her talent. And when she broke through the void-shattered realm and understood the law, she finally succeeded in her endeavor. Then, her meteor rise started. Wu Hong took a brief pause to brew herself and Wang Wei some tea, then ate and drank the Saint Realm True Person Golden Rock meat. The first thing she did after making her breakthrough was to actually improve her foundation. She tracked down the most powerful human genius of that time period and sealed his talent and foundation, then absorbed that person's Tao foundation. Wang Wei raised his eyebrows as he looked deeply at Wu Hong. What do you mean by that? He was indeed confused. How can sealing have such ability? Suddenly, he thought of how Wu Hong was able to seal his pain, then removed it from his body. So, he guessed that the Emperor's sealing Tao was not a simple one. However, it made sense thinking about it logically. How could a person that became an eternal emperor be ordinary, especially the Tao that they cultivate? As you can imagine, her sealing Tao was not a simple one, replied Wu Hong while sipping her tea. After sealing something, she can actually control that thing like it was a part of her and do whatever she pleases with them. For example, after sealing that human genius perfect Tao foundation, she absorbed it on her own in order to benefit from it. Of course, there are limits to this ability. She has to have a deep understanding or knowledge of the thing she seals. For example, if she wanted to seal time, she needed to have a deep understanding of the Tao of time. And if a person has much more knowledge than her in a subject, they can still find a way to break her seal or use brute force to do so. However, I doubt that in her life, she has met people capable of such a thing. And if she did, they were few in numbers. Wang Wei nodded as he expected such a powerful Tao to have its limitations. One thing that he has noticed throughout his short years of cultivating was that there was nothing truly perfect in the cultivating world. Everything and everyone had flaws or limitations. As a matter of fact, most cultivators are chasing perfection. With each breakthrough in cultivating realms, they get closer to becoming perfect. As such, many cultivators believe that great emperors are the only perfect beings in existence. However, this seems to be far from the truth. From what Wang Wei learned today, maybe only paragons are the truly perfect beings in existence. And even that may not be 100% truth. After reining in his thoughts, he asked, "You said that she absorbed the perfect Tao foundation from that human genius. From what I know, only the origin path scripture of my Tao opening sect can allow a person to cultivate a perfect Tao foundation. So was this human genius from my sect?" "That is correct," replied Wu Hong. He was being secretly cultivated in order to compete with the Three-Eyes Devil Prince, which was the one attracted by Empress Wu's beauty. Wang Wei nodded, as he did not care about a person that was dead eons ago, even if it might have been one of his ancestors. What he cared about was that Three-Eyes Devil Prince. For some reason, Wang Wei did not like this guy, even though he could foresee his terrible downfall. The idea of "how dare you have eyes for my woman" kept appearing in his mind, and he was having trouble removing them. He wanted to travel back in time and slap that guy in his face. Although there was no evidence to suggest that Wu Hong was Empress Wu, he had a feeling that they were the same, or at least deeply related. "So, what happened afterwards?" asked Wang Wei, trying to remove the distracting thoughts in his mind. Wu Hong gave him a deep look, smirked slightly to herself before continuing. "Well, the story is pretty much as you expected. After her change in ability, Empress Wu was able to easily hide herself from being hunted down. However, using her concealment ability, she started attacking and destroying many sects or groups of the devil race. At first, the upper echelons of the devil race did not care due to the fact that she only killed or destroyed the low-level devil races in the Void-Shattered Realm and below. Adding to that was the fact that the mindset of their entire race is based on survival of the strong. But they soon had to take action as the number of clans or tribes she killed reached a certain number. So, they increased their search for her, but it was to no avail. So, the devil race threatened to make the human race pay for her actions if she did not stop. So, the Empress stopped and disappeared after that. She only showed up on the day of Heaven will battle. Then she and the Three-Eyes Devil Prince had a magnificent battle. It was truly one of a kind when it comes to Heaven will battle. Although Empress Wu had the advantage at first, the other 9 devil gods secretly interfered with the battle. They somehow managed to render the heavenly Tao of our world completely useless, then secretly help their prince. Unfortunately, this was not enough. The Empress was way more powerful and became victorious in that battle. She proved to the world and to herself that she was worthy of anything she desired, whether it was power, beauty, strength, and even the worship of all living beings. Wang Wei sighed as he tried to imagine what such a battle would be like. With these 2 heaven-defying geniuses born only after countless generations, it must have been magnificent. So what happened afterwards? How did she end up disappearing? After the battle, she did not kill the Three-Eyed Devil Prince, but sealed him and took all his talents and strength. Then, she proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. Despite the way that the human race treated her, she did not hold any form of grudges, as she understood the situation that they were in. So, after proving the Tao, she prevented the 9 devil gods from entering the Myriad Emperor world. Then she started a devastating attack on the devil race. She single-handedly annihilated all the devil races that were in the Myriad Emperor world. In the process, she even destroyed 4 forbidden lands by herself. Then, she repeated the same process for all the worlds in our community that the 9 devil god world had invaded during their reign. Once she was done, she traveled to the world community that originally belonged to the 9 devil god world and eliminated all their influences. This included all the world communities that they had previously invaded or destroyed before attacking the Myriad Emperor world. Her last stop was the home world of the devil race itself. By herself, she easily killed 5 of the 9 devil gods in their home. However, the other devil gods seemed to be prepared for her arrival. They used some kind of sacrificial ceremony magic and exiled from the endless void. However, before leaving, she used her universal seal talent to permanently seal both the 9 devil god world and the remaining 4 devil gods. As a matter of fact, she even sealed the heaven will on that world, so that from that day on, there would never be another devil god born in that world. With her strength, the Empress single-handedly ended the devil era and even the devil race itself. To this day, the majority of devil races are nothing but slaves, and their status is even worse than the demon race. Maybe a few of them manage to survive the purge by hiding in a faraway world community, but it is impossible for their races to rise again, as the Empress even sealed the chi luck of destiny of their entire races. "Damn," muttered Wang Wei to himself. My Empress Wu is truly a savage queen. She did not give the devil race any chance to breathe at all. Wu Hong, who heard his mother, looked at him before saying, "Your Empress Wu?" Chapter 225. I did not know what you were talking about, replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. In the past few days, he has learned how to do with Wu Hong's ability to see through him. All he had to do was be thick-skinned or as shameless as possible. After Wu Hong finished explaining the life of Empress Wu, the two of them had a long chat about many things over tea and dinner. Then they separated to do their own things. Wu Hong returned to her own residence, while Wang Wei stayed in the small world created by true monarch Yin Shun to continue his training. He first headed to a place where a large and vast ocean was located in this small world. Then he took out his clothes and started refining them. In addition to the powerful gravity that would temper his organs, he added an array that would send a powerful vibration throughout his entire body, including his organs, in order to help him temper them. And that was not all. During the refining process, Wang Wei started to eat pills like they were candies. These pills included things like Viscera Strengthening Pill, Golden Muscle Pill, Dragon Pilar Bone Pill, and many more. All these pills were saint tier and very rare and expensive due to the fact that they're used by cultivators to increase the strength of their fleshly body. Although the origin path system is mostly based on martial art and chi cultivation, the martial art aspect is mostly in the early stages, while the chi aspect is more prominent in the middle and late stages. So, cultivators usually stop paying attention to their bodies after the divine body realm. So, to make up for it, they invented many precious pills to boost themselves. However, Wang Wei used these pills to increase the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, the reason that he could take such high-level pills was because of how strong his flesh already was, so he could withstand all the medical powers of these saint pills. However, taking in so much had disastrous consequences. The powerful medical energy of all these pills destroyed Wang Wei's fleshly body as they competed with one another. Nevertheless, he was counting on this happening. He allowed these pills to destroy his body. Then when his regenerative ability kicked in, he could strengthen his body through the process of constant destruction and rebirth. Furthermore, he could easily mix all these pills that have different properties and effects, thus increasing the benefit he gets out of these pills. Of course, one could imagine how painful this process was, but by now, he was used to pain. Of course, his pain innate talent grew rapidly during this time. After finishing refining his clothes, Wang Wei put them on before diving deep into the ocean. After traveling about 10,000 meters deep, the pressure was too much for him to handle, so he stopped temporarily. So, with gravity, vibration, medical energy, and underwater pressure, Wang Wei started to temper his fleshly body and the origin essence inside his divine sea beyond his limits. He tried to temper his soul and divine sense, but it was no use, so he gave up. Just like that, Wang Wei entered a cultivation seclusion and could only get access to information in the outside world through communication talismans. Of course, during that time, he did not stop talking to Wu Hong through talisman as well. A few months passed inside the secret realm of the Emperor Enlightening Academy's trial. Emo Xingyun was standing proudly opposite another beautiful lady with her red hair dancing with the blowing wind. As for the person opposite her, she had skin as pale as the snow, black hair and eyes, and a temperament as pure as an angel. However, the blood dripping down the corner of her mouth and her tattered blue garment somewhat ruined her pure and holy temperament. This person was Gu Bingxian, and she was the owner of the number 8 heavenly physique, 9 physique. Gu Bingxian had spent most her life dominating all her opponents in the lower realm with her proud physique, but today she finally met her match. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Gu Bingxian waved the sword her hand toward her opponent. Then countless swords made of ice rushed forwards, wanting to freeze everything in its path. The same trick again. This is getting boring, muttered Mo Xingyan calmly. With a wave of her hand, a black light appeared, and all the ice swords were swallowed by a mysterious force from her body. Meanwhile, Gu Bingxian was not surprised by this, as she was never able to injure her opponent ever since this battle began. The reason she used the same method again was in order to test whether this person had some sort of limit to the amount of things she could swallow. Unfortunately, she had not found the answer after so many attempts. Knowing that her attempts were futile and knowing that she was desperate, Gu Bingxian decided to use her most powerful attack, her innate talent. So, countless strange markings or tattoos appeared all over her snow-white skin. Then she roared in a cold and emotionless voice, "Hell freeze!" Following which, a terrifying chill came from her body that surrounded a few kilometers around the two of them. Whether it was trees, mountains, or rivers, they were all instantly frozen. And if Mo Xingyun did not use her swallowing ability to protect herself, both her body and soul would also be frozen. As for Gu Bingxian, she was perfectly fine. She was better than fine. After creating the frozen area, her injuries healed by themselves, and even her strength increased by quite a bit. However, her attack was far from over. In the frozen area, countless pale and see-through beings rose from the ground. These things were ghosts or souls from hell. They all looked weird. Some had broken horns on their head despite a human face. Some had animals' heads instead of human. Some had their faces in different locations beside their heads. In general, these ghosts all looked creepy. Mo Xingyun frowned after seeing this. She had tried to absorb the cold energy in the environment. However, she was not as successful as she would like. Although she did manage to swallow some of it. However, she soon realized that it took too much time to refine this terrible cold. More importantly, if she swallowed too much of it, the intense cold would sneak in her body and start to destroy things. So she stopped. So, she quickly scanned the surrounding few kilometers with her divine sense. Then she muttered, "A pseudodomain talent? No. It seems that she can save a large amount of extreme energy inside her body and release it at the appropriate time in order to give herself an home field advantage. Compared to domains that can control everything in their field, this ability is far worse. However, you want to play soul with a devil cultivator, girl, you are too tender." Mo Xingyun then waved her hand to launch countless black lights that entered these ghost bodies. Then she said, "Devour soul imprint." These ghosts suddenly felt that something important to them was being taken away from them, but they did not know what it was. Well, until they realized that they no longer listened to their owner Gu Bingxian but were now controlled by Mo Xingyun. Then, under the order of their new owner, they started attacking Gu Bingxian, who was horrified by the fact. She tried to regain control over her summon, but it was to no avail. So, Gu Bingxian started destroying these ghosts by launching all kinds of powerful ice or related attacks on them. Unfortunately for her, one of the abilities of these ghosts was the fact that they were immortal as long as they stayed in the frozen area. Even if they were destroyed, they would just reconstruct themselves and continue to battle. At first, this was a great advantage for her, but now it was being used against her. Meanwhile, Mo Xingyun was looking at the struggling Gu Bingxian with very calm eyes. She was waiting for a counterattack. However, she soon shook her head in disappointment. She thought that this 9 physique had cultivated some kind of yang cultivation technique to balance herself. And if not, at least cultivated extreme to the point of returning to yang. But it turned out that she did not. Mo Xingyun could guess that this girl used to rely solely on her powerful physique to bully other ordinary cultivators. However, this kind of simple method of training would not cut it in this world, especially in this glorious age. Without going above and beyond, a person solely relying on the advantage of their physiques will be left behind. So, she decided to end this battle as quickly as possible before any variable interfered. "Devouring fire," said Mo Xingyun. Then, brownish flames enveloped the entire area that the Frozen Hell ability covered. In just a few seconds, all extreme cold in the surrounding area was completely gone. Gu Bingxian's face became very ugly after seeing this. One of her trump cards was the ability to use the frozen area to teleport herself in short distances. She was waiting for the perfect opportunity to sneak attack her opponent. This should be enough to buy her enough time to run away. Now, her chances are gone. Mo Xingyun sneered after seeing her face. Although she did not know what exactly Gu Bingxian was planning, she had enough experience to know to always destroy the field advantage of any of her opponents. So, after struggling for quite some time, and even going as far as using her good fortune flame, Gu Bingxian, the number 819 physique, was killed. As for Mo Xingyun, after killing her opponent, she walked over to the body, placed her hand on top of her head. A black light covered Gu Bingxian's body. Then she was swallowed without leaving anything behind, not even a single drop of blood. As for Mo Xingyun, she closed her eyes and felt the power running through her blood. She stretched out her hand. Then a powerful cold came out and froze the ground a few meters ahead of her. While she was testing out her new power, suddenly a voice came out of nowhere, startling her. Worthy of the Heaven Devour physique, said to be able to steal the heavenly physique of others. "Oh!" screamed Mo Xingyun as she looked around for the speaker. Chapter 226. Mo Xingyun was truly startled due to the fact that someone actually got so close to her, and yet she did not even notice it. As a person born and raised in a devil-cultivating family, she had to learn at a very young age to always be vigilant. Otherwise, she would not have survived for so long. Even with her status of the descendant of the heaven-devouring emperor, her family did not treat her better or give her preferential treatments. On the contrary, they trained even more ruthlessly. After looking in the surroundings, Mo Xingyun had a frown on her face as she noticed that someone had deployed a powerful formation that surrounded her and the surrounding environment. At first, she thought that she was being ambushed, but after a quick analysis of the array, she realized that it was placed only to prevent all the people that were watching the tournament from seeing what was happening here. Of course, Mo Xingyun did not let her guard down. A few seconds after checking the surrounding environment, Mo Xingyun saw an ordinary person walking to her. Although that person had a hood on his face, she could tell that it was a man, and she also had a feeling that something was wrong with that person, but she could not tell what it was. "Who are you? And what do you want?" asked Mo Xingyun calmly. However, she had used her feet to secretly cast an origin spell to prepare to attack at any moment. "There is no need for you to use any of your little schemes, as I can see through them. And I can honestly tell you that this person is nothing but a meat bag that I am using to communicate with you. So, it does not matter if you destroy it." Although her scheme was seen through, Mo Xingyun did not panic, nor did her facial expression change. She kept her calm and collected demeanor. "Since your excellency did not attack me despite having the capability, it can only mean that you want something from me. So, please be direct and stop wasting both of our time." Hee. It is always refreshing to talk to smart people. "You are indeed correct that I want something from you. To be exact, I want to make a deal with you." "A deal? Please be more specific." "I want you to create a devouring talisman for me with your blood essence," replied the hooded figure. Mo Xingyun frowned after hearing this. As the person with the heaven-devouring physique, she could make such a talisman, but to use her blood essence to do so. "Your Excellency, you should know that the blood essence of anyone with a special physique is quite special and would not be handed so easily. Adding to that all the terrible curses that need the blood essence of someone to take effect, I truly wonder what you will use to convince me otherwise." The hooded shadow was silent for a brief moment, and Mo Xingyun had the feeling that he was smirking despite not seeing his facial expression. "What I will exchange for this talisman is the news about the whereabouts of the gluttony swallowing scripture. Your Excellency, you must take me for a fool," replied Mo Xingyun calmly. "It is common knowledge that my ancestor, the heaven-devouring emperor, did not leave his emperor scripture behind. So how could you know about its whereabouts?" replied Mo Xingyun calmly despite the fact that her heart was rapidly racing. "You are partially correct about that," replied the hooded shadow with a rigid voice. "Do you know the origin of the gluttony swallowing scripture? Was it my ancestor who created it? Not really. The original scripture was created by a devil god during the devil era and left his inheritance in the myriad emperor world. During one of your ancestors' fortunate encounters, he got a copy of the scripture. However, he only received half of it. Later, after your ancestor got his hand on one of the 12 ancestral talismans created by the talisman ancestor, he combined his understanding of it to finish the second half of the scripture and even created the Heaven Devourer physique which you inherited. Although the Heaven Devourer physique was not acknowledged by Heavenly Tao, it was still a powerful acquired physique that could compare to the top 3 heavenly physique. And the gluttony, swallowing scripture he created eventually became even more powerful than the original. Mo Xingyun had a frown on her face as her thoughts began to run rapidly. She remembered hearing rumors that her ancestor had indeed acquired this swallowing talisman in his youth, which was one of the 12 ancestral talismans that the talisman ancestor left in the myriad emperor world after proving the Tao back in the ancient emperor era. However, there was no evidence to prove otherwise, and anyone who truly knew the truth was probably already killed. After reining in her thoughts, Mo Xingyun then said, "So what you are offering is not the scripture created by my ancestor." "So what?" replied the hooded shadow. "You should be aware of your situation. Although your physique is powerful, you cannot properly use it without the right cultivating method. I guess that your plan was probably to swallow other heavenly physique to make up for the gap, then use the 3,000 Tao tablets to create a scripture that suits you best. Unfortunately, I can see that you are not nearly as talented as your ancestor. So even with the tablets, there is no guarantee that the scripture that you create will be up to par. As for the physiques that you swallow, without the proper method, it will take you a lot of time for you to digest their powers, and there will still be flaws afterwards. In front of ordinary heaven chosen, your powers would be more than enough. But in front of people like Wang Wei and Di Tian, they will instantly take advantage of the slightest of flaws you have and completely annihilate you, especially knowing how terrifying your physique can be." After hearing this, Mo Xingyin tried her best to remain calm. However, it was quite difficult. So she secretly bit her tongue to distract herself from her excitement and anger. She knew that this hooded shadow was correct. Although she had the same physique as her ancestor, her talent paled in comparison to him. The only advantage she had was the fact that she was born in a glorious age, thus granting her access to countless heavenly physiques. However, this was also a disadvantage, as the geniuses that appeared in this age were truly devil-like. So, the threshold for strength and talent was dramatically increased. After taking a moment to calm her emotions down, Mo Xingyun then said, "I can accept your deal, but you have to help me catch a few of the other heavenly physique, especially the ones in the top 5. "No," replied the hooded figure. "You can either accept my terms, or we can part ways." Mo Xingyun frowned after hearing this, as she could not tell whether this deal was very important to that person. "Before I give my answer, I have one last question. If you know the whereabouts of the gluttony swallowing scripture, why not take it for yourself? Since you want a devouring talisman from me, then it is obvious that you need the power of devour to do something. So why not take the scripture and accomplish your goals?" The hooded shadow paused for a few seconds before answering. "Do not ask stupid question. If I could do that, do you think I would negotiate with you?" Mo Xingyun then secretly sighed in relief as she finally found some form of advantage during this negotiation. From this answer, she could determine that this hooded person had some kind of restriction that prevented him from directly forcing her to do his bidding. Of course, she will not let her guard down because of this fact. So, how do we make sure we each keep our part of the bargain? A Tao Heart oath? The hooded shadow secretly sneered after hearing this. He knew that devil cultivators care little for Tao Heart, so he would not fail for such a simple trick. Without hesitation, he took out a contract that he made himself and sent it to Mo Xingyun, who took it and read it carefully. She was not disappointed that her little trick failed, as she did not expect much of it. After making sure that there were no hidden conditions inside, she signed it. If it was any other time, Mo Xingyun would never sign some random contract made by someone else. She would use her own instead. However, she did not have much of choice. As the inheritor of the Heaven Devourer physique, her life was constantly in danger due to the actions of her ancestor. So, She needed to increase her strength as soon as possible. After both of them signed their names on the contract, oddly, neither of them actually tried to cheat the other. Mo Xingyun made the devouring talisman with her blood essence, and the hooded shadow gave her detailed information about the secret realm that holds the second half of the gluttony swallowing scripture. He even described some of the tests she might encounter inside. After the deal concluded, the hooded shadow instantly teleported somewhere, and the array in the surrounding was lifted. The entire world could see Mo Xingyun again, however. She looked pale compared to a few hours ago. As for the hooded figure, he appeared in a special place, the residence of the seated players. Soon afterward, the person or body under the hood turned into countless particles and evaporated. He was replaced by an illusory figure floating in the air. The illusory figure then secretly entered a specific residence. Inside was a young Taoist priest wearing black-white clothes with the yin-yang symbol engraved in the front. The Taoist priest was actually Feng Hung from the Tai Profound Gate. As soon as the illusory figure entered the room, Feng Hung opened his eyes from his meditation and said to the person, "Master, where have you been?" Chapter 227. Feng Hung was used to his master always mysteriously disappearing, so he figured out that it had something to do with how he kept his primordial spirit in good shape. Most of the time, he was not worried about his master given his strength and ability to hide himself. However, things are different now. They were currently in a tournament which was being watched by trillions of people all over the world, so the chances of being caught are very high. "You do not need to worry about me, as I was doing something very important this time, and I took the necessary precaution," replied Shifuyu. "Important? Master, can you tell me about it?" asked Feng Hung with a little excitement in his voice. Since even his master said it was important, then it must be truly heaven-defying. Shifuyu nodded, then waved his hand to enforce the arrays that were set in this house. He had to make sure that there was no hidden array left by the academy to spy on the seated players' housing area. "I finally found a way for you to completely inherit the yin-yang eyes without having any defect." "Master, really?" "Of course." Feng Hung suddenly got up from his futon, then took out a sealed body from his space ring. It was a 5-year-old child with 2 empty sockets for eyes. He looked at the child on the ground with coldness and indifference. "So, Master, what do we need to do?" Shifuyu looked at the body, and he was also calm. However, his calmness was not cold or indifferent, but more like a serene or peaceful one. In fact, there was still some pity or compassion deep in his eyes. "I will enter your sea of consciousness in order to guide you. However, be warned, the process will be very painful, even more painful than when we did the first transplantation or when you went through heavenly tribulation." Feng Hung nodded without much care for his master's words. As a cultivator, if he could not withstand a little pain, then he does not deserve to be one of the powerful heaven-chosens of this generation. So, Feng Hung took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in his futon, then meditated for a few minutes. Then, he opened his bright eyes. "Ready?" asked Shifuyu. Feng Hung nodded calmly, then paused briefly. "Master, I'm very thankful for all the things you did for me. So, when I managed to prove the Tao and become a great emperor, I promised to find a way to completely revive you and build a powerful, fleshly body for you with all the best emperor tier materials that I can find." Shifuyu sighed before nodding. "Fenger, one of the things I like most about you is the fact that you are the kind of person that always repay his kindness, so I do not donut your words in the slightest. All right. This is not the time to get sentimental. Let's get started." After saying that, Shifuyu turned into countless motes of light and entered Feng Hung's sea of consciousness through his eyebrow. He found himself floating in a dark space with a bronze cloud floating inside. This was Feng Hung's soul. Since Taoism also focused on cultivating the soul, his soul was bronze instead of white like most other people. "Fenger, are you ready?" asked Shifuyu a second time. "Yes, master," responded the floating cloud. Then, Shifuyu took out a yellow paper with countless red, strange writing on them. The writing looked like graffiti made by children randomly drawing on a wall. The truth of the matter is that those weird graffitis are actually divine runes inscribed to make the devouring talisman. The reason that the writing was in red was due to the fact that it was written with Xingyan's blood. After taking out the talisman, Shifuyu used his soul power to activate it, then launched it into Feng Heng's soul. Before he could even react or even scream, his soul was completely absorbed. After seeing this, Shifuyu muttered to himself, "I am sorry, Fenger. I cannot change my plans for so many years because of my affection for you." Knowing that he had a short window of time to act, Shifuyu went into action. He quickly absorbed Feng Heng's soul, thus gaining all his knowledge and memories, even the ones that had powerful seals on them placed by the Tai Profound Gate. Then, Shifuyu abandoned his primordial spirit, his cultivation along with all his comprehended laws, or Tao. He fully became Feng Heng from now on. Of course, he did not discard these precious things, but left them sealed inside his sea of consciousness. Anyway, he still has all his memories and comprehension. He just could not use the power of the Supreme Realm anymore. The reason he went to all this trouble was because of Feng Heng's identity as the Tao child of the Tai Profound Gate. After everything was over, Feng Heng's body opened his eyes. However, they were different. The youthful vigor was replaced by an ancientness that was hard to imagine by any other cultivator. From now on, Shifuyu is dead. "I am Feng Heng," muttered Shifuyu, not Feng Heng. After Feng Heng took a few hours to properly control his new body, he proceeded to execute the next part of his plan. He took out the talisman that was still usable, looked at it for a moment before muttering, "With this talisman, I can completely become Feng Heng. Even if the Tai Profound Gate suspects something and checks my soul, they will discover that I am still Feng Heng." Now, it is time for the second part. Feng Heng then placed the talisman in front of the 5-year-old child. Then he absorbed his body. Soon afterwards, Feng Heng's eyes turned into the yin-yang symbol. One was black with a little white inside, while the other was black with a little white inside. It did not take Feng Heng that long to actually absorb the entire physique. As a matter of fact, the process was extremely quick. Immediately afterwards, Feng Heng then raised his right hand. A powerful golden light manifested, followed by Buddha chants echoing in the room. The light and chant seemed to have the ability to wash away the worry of anyone who hears them. After seeing this, Feng Heng started laughing out loud. His laugh contained a hint of madness, sadness, and relief at the same time. "I finally succeeded. Damn you, absolute beginning emperor. You thought that you could totally eradicate my Buddhism from the lower dimension, but you were wrong. Today, after countless eras of planning, I have finally found a loophole to the magic you place here. With the yin-yang eyes, I can finally cultivate the absolute beginning Tao arts that you created to the highest level. Then, I will create a new philosophy that combines both Taoism and Buddhism in order to bypass the absolute beginning magic that prevents the rise of my Buddhism in all worlds across all world community. That way, my new sect of Buddhism will be tied up with Taoism. So, if something happened to it, then the chi luck or destiny of the entire Taoism will also be affected and may even be ruined. Ha ha ha. Even if you are an eternal emperor, you cannot stop the rise of Buddhism anymore unless you want to see the destruction of the Taoist sect. Ha ha. Feng Heng spent hours laughing out loud like a maniac without stopping. This process was very cathartic for him. However, if anyone knew the story of Shifuyu, no one would blame him for doing so. This man had suffered for so many years, planned for countless eras before he could actually come up with a feasible plan that would actually work. After finally regaining his bearing, Feng Heng sighed while reminiscing about his past and all the things that he went through. After experiencing the complete annihilation of Buddhism in the incense era, he was always on the verge of madness. As a matter of fact, the annihilation of Buddhism was even more thorough than the devil race. Empress Wu was exiled during her confrontation with the 9 devil god world, but the absolute beginning emperor only suffered injury during his battle in the Western Pure Bliss land. After he recovered, He went on a warpath against all the Buddhist sects scattered in all different world communities. He did not care whether some of these sects or factions did not absorb the power of faith. He eradicated all of them. On top of that, he used a powerful divine ability that cut off the origin or beginning of Buddhism, thus preventing them from ever rising again in any world in the endless void. It was similar to how Empress Wu sealed the devil race's destiny or Qi luck to prevent them from rising again. But the absolute beginning emperor was more thorough. Without a beginning, it was as if Buddhism never existed in this world. Chapter 228. During the destruction of Buddhism at the end of the incense era, the high-level monks of the Buddhist sect created a desperate plan for the future of their religion. While one ground supervised the ceremony to call a higher being inside the Western Pure Bliss land and lure the absolute beginning emperor inside, another group had another plan or mission. The upper echelon of Buddhism knew that as an eternal emperor, the absolute beginning emperor would not die at the hand of the higher being. However, being severely injured was more than enough for them. Taking the short breathing that they had, they hatched a hasty plan. They chose someone to survive this calamity and one day revive Buddhism. However, in such a short time, no one actually had a real or feasible plan, so the upper echelons decided to find a way for a person to live long enough to accomplish. By combining their power together, they created a formation that allows them to place all the hopes or wishes of Buddhism in one person, Shi Fuyu. At that time, Shi Fuyu was one of the most talented monks of that period, and he was known for his vast wisdom, so he was chosen. As a result of that formation, Shi Fuyu attained a certain level of immortality as long as he continued to absorb the power of faith once a while. The downside of this transformation was that he was considered half dead and was forced to live in the form of a primordial spirit, and the amount of power he could use was quite limited. However, Shi Fuyu had developed a powerful hiding method that allowed him to even hide in front of a great emperor unless he arrogantly flaunted himself in front of powerful people. Only a few powerful or unique people could detect his existence. Unfortunately for Shi Fuyu, an eternal emperor was one of these existences. In order to hide himself from the absolute beginning emperor, the upper echelon of Buddhism decided that it was best for Shi Fuyu to hide in the most powerful and mysterious forbidden land of the myriad emperor world, the Nether Hell. The Nether Hell is one of the oldest and most mysterious places existing in the world, and among all the 6 forbidden lands, it is by far the most dangerous. Many great emperors, including a few eternal emperors, have tried to get rid of them, but they all either died inside, were severely injured, or failed. That includes Empress Wu. Even she could not do anything about it. Using the strange power existing inside, Shi Fuyu was able to hide from the absolute beginning emperor until he disappeared. After that, while traveling the world like a wandering ghost, he tried to find different ways to revive Buddhism. His first attempt was to spread the philosophies and cultivation methods of Buddhism throughout the entire world in an attempt to revive the religion, but he greatly underestimated the absolute beginning emperor's divine ability. As soon as those scriptures were written down, they were completely destroyed. When Shi Fuyu tried to preach the ideas or thoughts of Buddhism, he became incapable of speaking. After years of trying, he discovered ways to share his ideas, but all the people he did so to unfortunately forgot anything they learned about Buddhism. The knowledge was simply wiped out from their memories. Of course, there were a few powerful scriptures that could actually be written down without the interference of the magic, but few people could actually cultivate these techniques. To be precise, only truly powerful geniuses could cultivate them, but these people still could not pass down these scriptures to other people. During the Devil Era, Shi Fuyu thought, because Buddhist cultivation techniques were the nemesis of the devil race, that the absolute beginning divine ability would let things go and allowed Buddhists to rise again in an effort to save the human race from being enslaved, but he was wrong. Nothing changed. During those times, Shi Fuyu despaired as he could not see any hope or future for his plan to work. Many times he wanted to end his long and miserable life. Unfortunately, he could not. Not because of his strong will, but because the power of the hope formation prevented him. Every time he tried to end his life, the formation would activate and save his life. Then, the remnant thoughts of all his former colleagues will appear and remind him of what he was fighting for. So, Shi Fuyu continued his journey. In order to sustain himself and not become crazy through the long passage of time, Shi Fuyu would often place himself in deep sleep for countless years. In these periods of peace, he would forget everything before waking up to continue his mission. After living through 3 eras and billions of years, he finally found a solution. By cultivating the absolute beginning Tao art to the highest level, he could trace back the beginning or origin of Buddhist that the absolute beginning emperor had erased. Of course, he would not just change the erasure. No, that would mean that he would have to fight an eternal emperor over control of his own divine ability. He was not that stupid. After tracing the beginning of Buddhism, he would change it slightly and made sure that his new version, which was a combination of both Buddhism and Taoism, was a form of Buddhism that was not affected by absolute beginning magic. Essentially, he would create a loophole in the magic that prevented him from spreading Buddhism again. On top of that, his Tao Buddhism would have its destiny or chi luck bound to Taoism. So if one prospers, the other will also prospers. If one fails, the other one will also fails. However, in order to accomplish such a thing, Shi Fuyu needed many steps. First, he needed the yin-yang eyes physique, access to the absolute beginning Tao arts, and to become a great emperor. He also knew that this was essentially impossible, as heavenly physiques were essentially granted by heaven and earth, and he would never possess one given his state. So, Shi Fuyu tried to create a cultivation method that allows him to swallow a person's physique. Unfortunately, he failed. Due to his Buddhist nature and Tao, the path of devour did not agree with him. So all his methods he created were subpar and did not meet his requirement. So, in a final attempt, Shi Fuyu tried to train a person to do his method for him. And the person he chose was in fact Mo Xingyan's ancestor, the Heaven Devourer Emperor. Just like Feng Heng, Shi Fuyu trained the emperor from a young age. He chose a devil cultivator as he believed that only such a mindset and temperament was needed to create such a technique. So, he led the young Heaven Devourer Emperor to gain access to the gluttony swallowing scripture. He guided him to one of the 12 ancestral talisman and showed him how to create and acquire physique like the Heaven Devourer physique. According to Shi Fuyu's agreement with the young Heaven Devourer Emperor, after he proved the Tao, he would help him acquire both the yin-yang eyes and the absolute beginning Tao arts in order to accomplish his goals. Unfortunately, he was betrayed. Once the Heaven Devourer Emperor reached a certain level of strength, he tried to swallow Shi Fuyu's primordial spirit. Luckily for him, he was an old fox and quickly recognized the action of his disciples, so he ran away beforehand. Knowing that his disciples had a great chance of becoming an eternal emperor, Shi Fuyu went to hide again inside the Nether Hell Forbidden Land. He only came out once his disciple was exiled. After that, he tried to find the yin-yang eyes by himself. Shi Fuyu knew that without it, it was impossible to be granted access to the absolute beginning Tao art from the Tai Profound Gate. However, it was no use as he could not predict when this physique would appear. And when it did, it was already too late as the person was already taken by other powerful factions. Not to mention that he still needed a way to swallow that physique. For his plan to succeed, he needed the perfect time where both the yin-yang eyes and the Heaven Devourer physique appeared at the same time. Shi Fuyu was losing patience as he had lived too long, and his Tao heart was not firm enough to continue like this. Even the hope formation began to be incapable of keeping him alive. So, he made a final gamble. He infiltrated the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and sacrificed his pseudo-immortality in order to divine the exact time that both these physiques would appear, who would have them, and where they were located. Then, he deep slept again until the right time. After that, he chose Feng Heng to infiltrate the Tai Profound Gate. The reason was that Feng Heng had an innate talent referred to as Taoist mind, meaning he was perfectly suited for Taoism cultivating methods. Then, he stole the yin-yang eyes from its owner before anyone would notice his talent. One of the conditions to be allowed to cultivate the absolute beginning Tao art is to have a very high understanding of Taoist philosophy. So, Shifu spent countless eras studying Taoism, so he was not worried about it. He also taught Feng Hung a lot about Taoism, thus one of the reasons he was able to acquire the position of Tao Child. Now, all his plans have come to fruition, so he was planning for the future. Chapter 229. Now that all his plans had come to fruition, Feng Hung was thinking about his future plans. Like every other Heaven Chosens, he wanted to sit on the supreme throne and become a great emperor, so he began to plan ahead. Now that I have become Feng Hung, the next step in my plan can begin. However, I need to consider my future opponents in this generation's Heaven will battle. With my talent, experience, and future strength after acquiring the absolute beginning Tao art, few of these so-called Heaven Chosens will be my match. At least for now. However, those three are different. Well, I can eliminate Wang Wei. As an outlaw that is trying to take control of one of the 5 hidden supreme Daos, he will not live very long. So, as long as I wait long enough, he will not be a problem. Then there is that Wu Hong. This woman looked too much like Empress Wu. Beside her temperament that is more cheery and joyful, she is the exact copy of the Empress. So her secrets are probably no less than mine. As such, she will be a very troublesome opponent. Lastly, it's that D. Tion. I have this feeling that I have met him before, but I can't put my finger on where. Given that he was born with the power of reincarnation, could he be the reincarnation of some old monsters that I have met before? No matter the truth, he will be a problem, so I need to watch him closely. No matter what, this generation's throne will belong to me, and a new era of Buddhism will be started by my hand. After taking a few minutes to think to himself, Feng Hung took out a talisman and contacted the sect master of the Tai Profound Gate. "Little Feng, what is it?" asked a calm and soothing voice. On the other side of the talisman was an old man with long white hair and beard, wearing a Taoist garment. Despite his old age appearance, this person was actually in the same generation as Sect Master Wang Tian. "Celestial Master, I have awakened the yin-yang eyes." After saying that, Feng Hung activated his new physique, then his eyes turned black and white. The Celestial Master of the Tai Profound Gate frowned after hearing and seeing Feng Hung's eyes. Normally, heavenly physiques are granted by heaven and earth, so most people are actually born with them. So after birth, their physique can be discovered. However, there are rare occasions when someone actually awakened an heavenly physique during the later years of their life. Nevertheless, such a thing is extremely rare throughout the history of the myriad emperor world. This would explain why Feng Hung's soul lamp was momentarily extinguished, thought the Celestial Master. According to speculations, all the top 10 heavenly physiques should appear in this glorious age, but for so many years, it was nowhere to be seen. Our Profound Gate have spent so many resources searching for it to no avail. Now, it seems that it is because it woke up a little late. So, what are you going to do now? Asked the Celestial Master with a happy smile on his face. Their Tai Profound Gate finally have a true Heaven Chosen that can represent them on the Heavens will battle. "I want to cultivate the absolute beginning Tao art," replied Feng Hung calmly, but with a determined voice. "Are you sure about this? You have spent so many years cultivating the yin-yang reversal manual, and your foundation has already been set. Cultivating another emperor scripture will take you a lot of time to modify. On top of that, your current cultivation technique perfectly suits your new physique. Not to mention all the tests you have to go through before you can get access to the absolute beginning Tao art. Even if you have the yin-yang eyes, without the sufficient level of Tao understanding, the sect will not allow you to cultivate the ancestors' Tao art," replied the Celestial Master calmly. "I insist, Celestial Master." "So be it," nodded the sect master of the Tai Profound Gate. The only reason he asked in the first place was to determine Feng Hang's determination. Of course, things will not proceed as smoothly as he made them out to be. Before anything else, the sect will do a thorough search on Feng Hung and make sure that nothing was wrong with him. After all, His soul lamp was extinguished for a brief moment, signifying that he was dead for this period of time. So, the sect will check whether someone had seized his body. Then they will check his sudden gain of the yin-yang eyes. When everything is clear, then he will have the opportunity to take the test to gain access to the absolute beginning art. So, what are you going to do with this tournament? Asked the Celestial Master. I do not wish to continue participating, as passing the sect test is more important and conducive to my future. As for the Tao tablets, I am sure that the sect can pay a certain price to acquire an entrance token for me. The Academy should give our profound gate some face. Then, we'll see you back at the sect in a while. The Celestial Master said as he disconnected the communication talisman. As for Feng Hung, he sighed in relief as he knew that he passed the first step in being his former disciple without showing any weakness. As a matter of fact, Feng Hung lied and did not explain his real motive for not participating in the tournament. The truth of the matter was that he did not want to place his name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. According to the laws and regulation of heaven and earth, all cultivators in the Supreme Realm and under are considered mortals. Such, they all have a limited lifespan and will one day enter samsara to reincarnate themselves. They will repeat the process until their souls are completely annihilated and return to heaven and earth. Or if they manage to reach the level of cultivation of the great Emperor, Tao, Ancestor, or Immortal Venerable. However, Shifuyu was different, as he managed to find a way to live far longer than heaven and earth allows a mortal to. So, he believed without a doubt that if he placed his name on that book, the Heavenly Tao would recognize him and his actions. Then, divine punishment thunder will instantly fall from the sky to eradicate him from this world. Even his primordial spirit would be completely annihilated, thus preventing him from ever reincarnating. Of course, technically speaking, now Shifuyu is completely Feng Hung, so the Heavenly Tao should not recognize him. Nevertheless, he did not want to take this chance. He has been planning for eons, and now that he was close to succeeding, he did not want some silly mistake or overconfidence to ruin his plans. As for the 3,000 Tao tablets, he had seen them countless times. Throughout his years, he managed to infiltrate the academy and became enlightened in front of them. As a matter of fact, he even once encountered the tablets before they were baptized by countless great emperors, making them so powerful and valuable. The only reason that he wanted to see them again was to further his understanding of the absolute beginning Tao art after acquiring it, and to prevent the people of his sect from being suspicious of his lack of interest in such a powerful aid. After reorganizing his thoughts, Feng Hung contacted his Tao protector to leave the tournament's secret realm. Of course, his departure caught the attention of many people. After all, Feng Hung was still one of the seeded players. However, given that 3 of the most powerful and mysterious heaven chosens of this generation did not participate in this tournament, Feng Hung's departure was not that sensational. The only people who truly cared were the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Every time a heaven chosen refuses to participate in this trial, they're the ones who lose, as they could not absorb the little bit of chi luck from these geniuses. Nevertheless, the Academy was happy with the generous rewards that the Tai Profound Gate were offering to give a quota to Feng Hung to enter the tablet's secret realm. Although not nearly as good as what the Tao opening sect offered for Wang Wei, it was still extraordinary. Given that Feng Hung was not nearly as threatening as Wang Wei, they gladly accepted the offer. Just like that, 10 years passed rapidly, and the tournament was still ongoing. Of the 15 billion participants, only 1 billion was still left, meaning that the end of the elimination round was quickly approaching. In the floating booth of the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, all the teachers were still watching the tournament. For cultivators of their caliber, 10 years was shorter than any random retreat that they had. While everybody was watching the few exceptional candidates, Headmaster Baihan suddenly felt that something was wrong. So, he released his divine sense to scan the academy, but he did not find anything. So, he used his finger to calculate the secrets of heaven. Then he suddenly stood up and shouted, "What is going on?" Chapter 230. All the teachers were surprised by the sudden outburst of the headmaster. Usually, Bai Han always had a calm and ethereal temperament to him. He always remained calm in every situation. So why was he acting in such a way? "Headmaster, what's wrong? Did something happen?" asked one of the teachers. Bai Hai then took a deep breath to calm himself down before explaining. "I just calculated the secrets of heaven and discovered that the chi luck of our entire academy has been reduced by 5%. All the teachers gasped out loud after hearing this. With how powerful the chi luck of the Emperor Enlightening Academy is, even if 1% is lost, it is a sign for concern. A 1% lost would make the academy on the highest alert. But now, 5% is gone and no one even noticed it happening." After thinking about this, all the teachers had an ugly look on their faces as they also began to calculate the chi luck of the academy, and they all came to the same conclusion as Bai Han. Now, they started wondering what was going on. Bai Han then started to mobilize the Wisdom Eye, which is the intelligence agency of the academy similar to the Tao opening sect Shadow. A few days later, in a secret room, Bai Han and all the upper echelons of the academy were reading a report of the current situation of the world. It was then that they learned that rumors of them despising professionals have been spread throughout all over the myriad Emperor world. By now, the majority of alchemists, talisman maker, array master, and refiners in the entire world have heard about these rumors. Then they all developed a negative view of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, hence the result of the dramatic decrease in the sect's chi luck. "What do we do now?" asked one teacher with a look of worry in his face. He knew well how much power and influence these professionals have in this world. There's a reason they are considered very noble and have high status in this world, especially alchemists. There are no cultivators that will not need the help of pills in his life. Whether it is breakthrough cultivation realm, increase strength or talent, or even save their life, all cultivators will need the help of an alchemist at one point or another. "Maybe things are not as bad as we imagine," replied one female teacher. "Our academy's reputation has been positive for countless years. As long as we announce our stand on the matter, things should go back to normal or at least not further escalate." Many teachers calmed down and nodded in agreement with us. However, some of the more cunning ones knew that things were not so simple. "Your words may have been right if this was actually an accident. However, given how fast this news traveled around the world, do you think that this was a coincidence? You mean someone is purposely attacking us? But who dares go against our academy? Isn't it obvious?" suddenly said Headmaster Bai Han. "Who do we have any conflict with in the last few years?" "Headmaster, you mean Sacred Son Wang Wei?" asked one teacher with an incredible look on his face. Then he suddenly thought of Yin Liling's strange behavior during the opening ceremony. "Are you saying that he planned the whole thing more than 10 years ago?" Bai Han just nodded calmly. However, his clenched hands inside his robe betrayed his actual mood. "So what do we do now?" asked one teacher. "All we can do now is to announce to the world our stand on the matter, then try to prevent any further rumor from spreading. Luckily for us, many of the world's cultivators are currently watching the heaven-chosen selection trial. We can talk to them directly." All the teachers nodded. Then they proceeded to plan out their response. Meanwhile, inside Yin Chen's small world, more than 100,000 meters deep in an ocean, Wang Wei opened his eyes, then with great effort, took out a talisman from his space ring. "Wire, the Academy have just noticed our actions and are preparing to deal with the situation," said Sect Master Wang Tian. "How long has passed?" asked Wang Wei through divine sense. 10 years. Later than expected. It seemed that Mother's plan to hide the secrets of heaven and earth in order to prevent the Academy from noticing the change in their chi luck worked wonderfully, replied Wang Wei. "After all, you did inherit your cunning nature from her. Then, let's proceed with the second step of the plan. Continue to use public opinions to ruin their academy's chi luck. However, beware, Father, the enemy can also use the same tactic against us. I know, but you do not need to worry. In the past years, we have used all the information you told us about how to use public opinion and develop counter-defense against them." "That's good," replied Wang Wei. Then he cut the communication. He looked in the direction of the academy, sneered before closing his eyes to continue cultivating. Although he knew that this method could only blow a small blow to the academy, this was just the beginning of his plan. So, under the Tao opening sex order, countless agents started to spread more terrible news about the Emperor Enlightening Academy throughout the world. This time, the news was not only focused on the professionals, but all the terrible things that the academy has done. Well, many of these things were in fact false, but Wang Wei did not care about such a thing. On top of that, Wang Wei also focused not just among cultivators, but also the common people. All the shadow agents of the sect started to leave flyers everywhere in the world, in every city, every dynasty, in every domain, and all 5 continents. Even mortal cities and dynasties were not spared. These flyers were refined to be able to transmit the information directly into a person's mind. So, even if the majority of the mortal population could not read or write, as long as they picked up a flyer, the information about all the terrible things that the academy did would be planted in their minds. Of course, Wang Wei did not just boringly narrate the crimes of the academy, but provided evidence. For example, recordings of the terrible things that both teachers and students did. Of course, a lot of these recordings were false, and many cultivators were aware of this, but they did not say anything. Obviously, they realized that a powerful force was attacking the academy, and they did not want to participate in the confrontation of these big factions. Of course, the Tao opening sect did not do any of this on their own, but united with many other powerful emperor lineages to facilitate this action. As for the reason these factions decided to work together, it was because Wang Wei used benefit to tie them together. Meanwhile, the Emperor Enlightening Academy learned about the current situation going on around the world, and they acted very swiftly. Unfortunately, they could not face so many emperor lineages attacking them together. So, Headmaster Baihan rallied the Academy's allies to prevent the spread of these rumors to reach the domains that they and their allies controlled. It did not change the fact that in just a few days, another 3% of their chi luck was gone, and the declining process did not seem to be stopping. Knowing that things were urgent, Baihan decided to make a public announcement to the people still watching the tournament. So, the majority of cultivators were aware of the current situation of the world, so they were not that surprised when they saw Headmaster Baihan appearing in front of them to make a speech. Fellow cultivators all over the world, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words. I know that there are many terrible rumors going around the world about the Academy, but I would like to say his words stopped midway as he realized that something had gone wrong. The formation that should be broadcasting his speech suddenly changed and started broadcasting something else. It was the image of the upper echelon of the Academy. He was sitting in a private room with many gourds around, surrounded by many beautiful women. His rosy face indicated his inebriated state of mind. Then he started talking. Baihan felt that something was wrong, so he ordered through divine sense for someone to shut down the formation. But it was no use. It was as if the formation was no longer under the Academy's control. "Ha! Beauty! You should have seen the face of those damn alchemists when the headmaster decided to remove their spots. All their arrogance and smug look was completely gone. It was as if someone spit in their mouth. Ha! I wish I could have seen that damn Fu Kaiyu's face after hearing that news. You know, a few years ago, I went to beg him for a yang exorcist pill to save my wife that was infected by 9 netherine chi after a visit to the Forbidden Land, but he refused me. What made me so angry was the fact that he had just refined the pill in front of me not long ago. But he looked me straight in the face and said that he did not have any. Not long after that, I lost my beloved wife. Well, it doesn't matter now, since I had plenty of fun with Fu Kaiyu's wife. She was a true wild lady in the bedroom. Underscore, if anyone is wondering. Wang Wei is now 145 years old. Chapter 231. All the cultivators in the world were tremendously surprised by this recording image, as it was truly both shocking and revealing. Who is Fu Kaiyun? He is the great elder of the Origin Pil Dao sect, which is an emperor lineage that has cultivated 5 great emperors, and all of them were alchemists. The Origin Pil Dao sect is the leader of the Alchemy Association located in the southern Vermilion Bird continent. Any cultivator that wants to acquire the title of alchemist, they have to go to the association to test their qualifications and level. Of course, none of these were the true reason that such a news was truly sensational. The real reason was actually Fu Kaiyun's status all over the world. He is known as the greatest alchemist alive in this generation. Despite being only a Saint Real cultivator, he can refine both supreme grade and quasi-emperor grade pills, though the latter's successful rate is truly abysmal. On top of that, Fu Kaiyun is the only alchemist in countless generations that was able to cultivate the Origin Pil Flame scripture, created by the founder of the Origin Pil Dao sect, the Pil ancestor or Danyuan emperor back in the ancient emperor era. This scripture is said to allow an alchemist to cultivate a special flame that can refine anything. It can also turn anything into pill material. An alchemist who cultivates this technique could refine a piece of rock into a medicinal material needed for a pill. Despite the heaven-defying ability of this emperor technique, the requirements or talent needed to cultivate it is very harsh. So, throughout the history of the Origin Pil Dao sect, few alchemists were able to do so, and the ones that were successful can be considered the most talented of their generations. Luckily for the sect, the last generation, Fu Kaiyun appeared. Unfortunately, this Fu Kaiyun also suffered the same malady as his predecessor, being extremely arrogant. Due to his talent as an alchemist, Fu Kaiyun's status in this world is extremely high and respected. As such, he only gave face to a few people he deemed worthy of his equal, while always looking down on other people. So, when it comes to making rare pills without having a certain identity, Fu Kaiyun will never agree to concourt pills for someone. As a matter of fact, even the current sect master of the Origin Pil Dao sect is looked down upon by him. If it was not the fact that he wanted to focus on Pil Dao, he would have been the sect master in his generation. So, after seeing any analysis of Fu Kaiyun, Wang Wei concluded that this guy was a person with a lot of enemies, and might even have some among the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. After a little investigation, it was not hard to find a few. Then, he singled out the ones that had terrible habits like drinking and visiting the brothels. Following which, all he had to do was have one of the sect's shadow infiltrate the place he always visits, get in contact with him, feed him enough alcohol to get him drunk, and guide the conversation to Fu Kaiyun. To Wang Wei's surprise, the goddess of luck seemed to smile upon him as he discovered more than he imagined. Originally, he just wanted that particular teacher to just speak badly about Fu Kaiyun, record it before showing it to the world. He did not expect that this guy actually had an affair with Fu Kaiyun's wife, which made his plan even better. So, after this recorded image was shown in front of trillions of people, the entire myriad emperor world started to boil. This level of scandal is rarely exposed to the entire world, especially when involving powerful people from emperor lineages like the Academy and the leader of the Alchemy Association. Although Bai Han managed to close the formation, by then it was already too late. The information that Wang Wei wanted to show was already shown. Soon, the consequences also followed. The next day, the Alchemist Association, Talisman Association, Refiner Talisman, and Array Association from the southern Vermilion Bird continent announced that they will cut their relations with the Academy. As such, they will no longer grant them access to their resources, such as precious pills, ores, and talismans. On top of that, all the professionals cultivated by the Academy or have any relationship with them will not be able to take their tests in these associations and gain their official title or position, meaning no alchemist or talisman maker trained by the Academy will be officially acknowledged by any of these associations. So all the benefits, powers, status, and rights these professionals are granted throughout the world will not be available to them. Of course, as a powerful emperor lineage, the Academy can be truly self-sufficient without the need for outside resources, except for a few very rare and precious ones that they need an outside source to get. These sanctions on them did not matter much except ruining their reputations. Inside a secret room, the upper echelons of the academy were having another emergency meeting to try to save the situation. Baihan, who suddenly looked much older, was caressing his beard as he asked, "So, what were our losses in the past few days?" The room was quiet for a few moments before one person started to report. "Well, as you know, sir, our academy is divided into the inner and outer members. Since the incident, the outer members, which consist of all the loose cultivators that only came to the academy for our resources, have started to leave, especially the professionals. As of today, more than 90% have already left. As for the remaining 10%, although they did not leave, they seemed very distant to our academy. They seemed to want to take a wait-and-see approach." The room was once again quiet, as most teachers had a frown on their faces. Then someone asked, "It does not make sense. I understand why the professionals left, but why did the ordinary cultivators leave? Didn't they come to the academy to get access to better techniques and resources?" "They went to the Worshipping Tao Academy," responded the person who was reporting the previous information. The teacher who asked the question had a frown on his face, as he could not understand why they would leave their better academy for a worse one. Although the Worshipping Tao Academy is also a emperor lineage, compared to their enlightening emperor academy, it was far worse. Not to mention that most cultivators are selfish by nature and only care about their own benefit. Then, that teacher seemed to think of something and asked, "Did someone else intervene?" "Yes. The Tao Opening Sect just announced an alliance with the Worshipping Tao Academy. They decided to pool many of their resources together. Additionally, many of the emperor scriptures of the Tao Opening Sect appeared on the list of cultivation techniques that anyone can redeem with enough points, but like us, the price is simply impossible for anyone to truly get." The teachers in the room secretly cursed to themselves. If you add the 5 scriptures of the Worshipping Tao Academy to the 9 of the Tao Opening Sect, that is a total of 14 Emperor tier scriptures. Although all of them knew that it was impossible for these loose cultivators to acquire, they themselves did not know that. All they care about is the fact that they have a chance to cultivate one or more of these 14 powerful Emperor-level cultivation techniques. This idea is enough to drive so many of them crazy and rush to the Worshipping Tao Academy. After another long silence in the room, Headmaster Baihan then asked, "What about the inner members of our academy? Besides a very few, all the others are still in the academy as their loyalty has been trained since young. However, the professionals in our academy are not very happy and are asking for the headmaster to give them a proper explanation. We have tried to explain to them that the teacher in the recorded image was captured and sent to Fu Kaiyun in order to appease the Alchemist Association, but it was no use. But they were not satisfied with this explanation." "Anything else?" asked Baihan calmly. At least he looked that way on the surface. "Our chi luck continues to decrease with each passing day, but there is currently no way to stop that. On the good side, we still have some allies that are still standing by us during this time." Baihan just nodded, but he did not say anything more. However, one teacher still asked, "I don't understand. Why are all these sects combining together with the Tao Opening Sect? Do they want them to remain the most powerful sect in the world? Wouldn't it be better if they supported us instead of them? It makes no sense." Chapter 232. This was indeed something that puzzled many of them, but they did not have the answer. So they looked at Headmaster Baihan, hoping he could provide them with the answer. After a brief pause, Baihan then explained, "There are many reasons for this. The first being the fact that the Tao Opening Sect's reputation among the cultivators of the world has always been very good. They rarely flaunt their power and prestige as the most powerful sect to the world unless necessary. Well, to be honest, they did not have much opportunity to do so anyway. They only cultivated their 9th emperor during the Devil Heir, which was a time where the entire world was on the brink of being enslaved. In the Middle Emperor era, our academy's rapid development did not give them the time to show their power and prestige. By this era, The Tao opening sect had not cultivated a great emperor for so long that they were more focused on themselves than showing to the world their strength. The teachers had a pensive look on their faces as they realized that the headmaster was right. As a matter of fact, compared to their academy, the amount of time that the Tao opening sect had shown his might and prestige to the world was quite small. As such, reputation-wise, they were considered way better than the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This could not be the only reason, right? Asked one teacher. Of course not, replied Baihan. The second reason is the fact that many powerful factions considered our academy a new power. So an emperor lineage like the Tao opening sect, the Origin Tao Pill sect, Origin Rune Palace, etc., were created in the ancient emperor era. So, they have survived the rise of the demon clan, the destruction of Buddhism, the devil race invasion, and the heaven devour emperor catastrophe. Compared to our academy, who was only present during the last disaster, we are considered less cultured, with less history, and having the least amount of background. So, despite how popular our academy might be seen in the eyes of many cultivators, when it comes to these ancient sects, they look down on us very much. The teachers in the room had an ugly look on their faces after hearing this. Then they started to remember their interactions with these ancient factions and realized that they always seemed to have some sort of superiority when dealing with the academy. Some people never understood the reason or did not even notice it until now, but now they finally understood many things that puzzled them. Nevertheless, despite the contemplative faces of these teachers, Baihan did not stop talking. The last and main reason for their behavior has to do with the Nine Emperor Curse. Many of these factions believe that they will one day cultivate 9 emperors like the Tao opening sect. However, they don't know how to deal with the curse. So, they're using the Tao opening sect as a guide or experiment to see how they deal with the situation, then they can imitate their methods. Baihan had a sneer in his face when he said these words. In his mind, these factions were delusional if they thought it was so simple to cultivate 9 great emperors. After a long silence in the room, one of the teachers said, "So what do we do now? It is obvious that the reason that all these things are happening is because of Sacred Son Wang Wei's plan. So, do we bow our heads to him and just allow him entry to Tao Tablet's secret realm?" Many teachers felt the same way as the one to speak, while others felt that it was shameful for them to bow their heads to a younger generation. However, none of these people spoke out loud. Compared to the well-being and future of the academy, a little shame is nothing. "Absolutely not," responded Baihan. "Headmaster, this is not the time to let pride get the best of you. It is not shameful to bow our heads for the future of the academy," said one teacher. Baihan looked at the person who spoke these words before replying. "This is not about pride," which was an actual lie. "Have any of you heard the term spirit of the epic?" All the teachers shook their heads, while a few heard the term but could not pinpoint where. After the Qiyuan Emperor created the origin path system that we cultivate today, he essentially became the ancestor of our cultivating civilization. And when he spread this method throughout many other world communities, the vast amount of Qi luck did not only benefit the Tao opening sect, but the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world as well. Unfortunately, even heavenly Tao cannot escape the shackles of karma. Hence, it owes a great debt to the Qiyuan Emperor. However, how do you pay such a debt to a powerful eternal emperor? By repaying its descendant or lineage. So, heavenly Tao granted the Tao opening sect something called the spirit of the epic. What this means is that for countless years to come, the sect will be blessed by destiny and will prosper greatly. This is the reason that the Tao opening sect can cultivate so many powerful great emperors and survive through so many calamities after so many years. This is also the reason that sects created by the Array Ancestor, Talisman Ancestor, Alchemy Ancestor, and Refiner Ancestor still exist to this day. Although not all of them cultivated many great emperors, they still survive through this day. Throughout history, there have been many other sects that had cultivated 9 emperors. The Chaos Ruler sect from the Ancient Emperor era, the Amitabha Temple from the Incense era, and the Human Trader, the Jin clan from the Devil era. But none of these factions survive to this day. Whenever a terrible catastrophe occurs in this world, Heavenly Tao will ensure that sects like the Origin Pill Tao sect survive and be able to rebuild through control of Qi luck or destiny. However, Heavenly Tao is all about balance, so will not allow the Tao opening sect to dominate the world. So when our founder Emperor Kong created a new system of inheritance, Heavenly Tao took the opportunity to shift the spirit of the epic to our academy and impose the 9 Emperor curse on our competitor. This is one of the reasons that our academy was able to cultivate 6 great emperors consecutively in the Middle Emperor era. Normally speaking, this spirit of the epic should belong to the academy until we cultivate our 9th emperor and can balance the Tao opening sect, but the appearance of Wang Wei ruined everything. Not only did he find a way to make the 9 Emperor curse invalid to him, but his recent attack against our academy is slowly removing the spirit from us. So, we have to be even more tough on him. The teachers were shocked after this revelation. This was the first time that they had heard of such a secret. However, the teacher who previously spoke against Baihan had a frown on his face. Then he asked, "Headmaster, since Heavenly Tao granted us the spirit of the epic, how could someone take it away?" Baihan answered calmly, "You do not understand. The spirit of the epic manifests itself in the form of Qi luck. No matter how dire a situation is, with enough luck, anyone can easily survive. Let me ask all of you, how is Qi luck generated? For dynasties, as long as the territory is vast and the people are happy and healthy, the dynasty's Qi luck will be prosperous. As for factions like sects and academies, Qi luck is based on how our reputation, prestige, and our contribution to society or civilization in general. Now, with all the cultivators and mortals in the world thinking that our Emperor Enlightening Academy is a terrible place full of sins and depravity, do you think we will have any reputation and prestige left? Do you think that the spirit of the epic will be left to us?" After saying that, Baihan sighed before saying, "In order to accomplish such a feat, this sacred son Wang Wei should have a very deep understanding of Qi luck and be privy to many secrets of heaven and earth. So how could he know so much?" Little did he know that when Wang Wei's Qi luck turned from black back to gold, he acquired a very deep understanding of how Qi luck works between heaven and earth. As for this spirit of the epic, it was Wu Hong who told him about it. So after asking his father to check the records in the sect, he learned all the information about it. At first, he just wanted to have his revenge on the academy for what they did, but once he read about it, he developed a step-by-step plan to take down well, at the very least, weaken them. Chapter 233. "So what do we do now, headmaster?" asked one teacher, while all the others also looked at him. As for Baihan, he secretly sighed in relief after hearing this question. As a matter of fact, he lied, or to be precise, did not tell the whole truth. What Baihan said about the spirit of the epic is true, but his motives are not so pure. During the recent incident, he has developed a strong disliking for Wang Wei because he reminded him of his father Emperor Kong. Their amazing talents, the way that they always think outside the box, and more importantly, the way that they use the entire world as their chessboard and everyone else as a chess piece. He hated some of these qualities from his father. As such, Baihan discovered that he has projected some of his hatred to Wang Wei. Nevertheless, despite realizing the nature of his emotions, he refused to change them. After taking a deep breath, Baihan replied to the other teachers, "Before we discuss our next step, we first need to make sure that our internal troubles are dealt with first. So, did we discover how the people of the Tao opening sect took control of our formation?" "Unfortunately, the answer is no, headmaster," responded the teacher that was in charge of the security of the academy. "After the incident, I investigated the person in charge of the formation, but they were completely clean. In the end, I was forced to even search his soul, but I did not find anything. She had no relationship with the people of the Tao opening sect, or anyone else for that matter. We did not even find her contacting anyone strange." Baihan had a frown on his face as he realized that this should be a problem that they placed their emphasis on. Then he said, In that case, let's talk about our countermeasure for this situation. First, we have to ensure that these terrible rumors about us do not reach the domains controlled by our academy. These places are the foundation of our academy, and nothing can happen to these places no matter what. Second, since we could not get access to certain precious resources from the different associations in the South, we have to use outside help. Luckily, our recent ally, the Association of Chamber Commerce, has agreed to provide us with some of the rare resources. However, their conditions are that the price will be more than 100 times than before, and they will not publicly support us. Fisk, said one of the teachers. Before Shi Guan was begging us, and even sending his daughter to us, but now that we are in trouble, he wants to turn his face over? You cannot blame him. After all, the alliance between Lin Fan and Shi Sure had just been created, and before the Chamber of Commerce could reap any benefit from it, our academy was hit so hard. We should be satisfied that they were willing to keep the alliance given the circumstances. As for the increase in price, it should be expected given that they are merchants. Making profit is their fundamental nature, replied one teacher. Baihan nodded in agreement with her. Then, he said, our third step is to counterattack. Since the Tao opening sect can use public opinions to attack us, we can do the same to deal with them. Of course, Baihan knew that this particular endeavor would probably be useless. With Wang Wei's cunningness, he should have anticipated such a response and prepared beforehand for it. Nevertheless, the Academy still has to try to show its stands that it is willing to fight for its honor and glory. Lastly, we need to do whatever it takes to prevent Wang Wei from gaining access to the 3,000 Dao tablets. According to my analysis, since his fate puppeteer physique is a brand new one, he does not have a cultivation technique perfectly suited to him that allows him to play all the advantages of his physique. Hence the reason that he wants access to the tablets. So we must stop him by all means. How do we do that, Headmaster? First, we must prevent Li Jun from entering the top 30 of this tournament. With his strength, it is only a matter of time before he acquires a spot in the top 30. As long as he gets a token, he will not hesitate to hand it over to Wang Wei. So, we must deal with this situation first. All the teachers had pensive looks on their faces. Then one person said, couldn't we just make a rule that the person who got the token can only use it for themselves? Another teacher shook his head before saying, that will not work. Everybody knows that the rule previously stated that a person can do whatever they want with the token. There have been many precedents of people using their tokens for someone else. So, if we rashly change the rules again, adding to the previous debacle of the professional championship, the people of the Tao opening sect can use this as another way to attack our reputation again. Not to mention that they could use this event to start an Emperor Tao war with us, added one teacher. Then, the faces of all the other people in the room became ugly. Many of them are aware that if they ever started an Emperor Tao war with the Tao opening sect, their chances of being the winner are quite slim. The truth of the matter, this is one of the reasons that the Tao opening sect is so feared by many other factions of this world. Their foundations were too deep. Not only did they have the most great emperors in this world, they are one of the oldest factions of this world. So, no one knows how many secrets that they are hiding in there. Baihan coughed lightly to wake up everyone from their dread. Then he said, we do not need to change the rules. Just make sure that he is disqualified with a publicly believable method. Headmaster, are you asking us to cheat? Isn't this going too far? Asked one teacher with a timid voice. Baihan looked directly at the person who spoke. Do you want to allow the person who walked all over the face of our academy to benefit from us without suffering any consequences? All the other teachers, including the one who asked that question, lowered their heads and did not say anything else. Thinking about what Wang Wei did to them, he really should not be allowed to get any benefit from them. Baihan secretly nodded before continuing. Plus, we will not be cheating, just giving Li Jun's opponent a little advantage. That's all. Although many teachers did not like such behavior, they knew that this was for the greater good of the academy, so they did not say anything. The last thing we need to deal with is Crown Prince Ji Song, said Baihan calmly. Many teachers had a look that said, what does Ji Song have to do with this? Although they did not say anything, Baihan could easily read their minds based on their facial expression. Only a few savvy ones could guess the answer. Baihan sighed before giving the answer. All of you heard their discussion during the opening ceremony. Although no one heard what they bet on for their battle, based on Wang's wise past behavior, it is obvious that he bait Ji Song into battling with him in order to acquire his token to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets. Many people suddenly understood many things after hearing this. Then they realized how scary Wang Wei truly was. They guessed that he had already created many backup plans for himself after asking the Academy to give him a token in exchange for resources. It was as if he expected his failure from the very beginning, then planned for every possible outcome to reach his goals. What's next, Headmaster? In all honesty, I do not see a scenario where Ji Song becomes victorious in this battle. This Wang Wei seemed like a very scary person. I cannot believe that he is a member of the younger generation. From his actions, he seems like an old fox that has lived for many years. Well, given who his mother is, it is not that surprising that he is so cunning, replied another teacher. Many teachers winced after hearing those words, including Headmaster Baihan. It seemed that many of them had suffered at the hands of Yu Yin during their generation. Baihan took a deep breath to calm himself down and remove some terrible memories from his mind that he would rather forget. Then he said calmly, "We need to give Ji Song some help. We will give him the demon god bone." Chapter 234. Headmaster, you cannot, responded one teacher, and this time many other people agreed with him. The devil god bone was reserved for Lin Fan to temper his body. Without it, even with his absolute chaos physique, his fleshly body will not be able to compete with the likes of Wang Wei, said another person. I understand how you feel, replied Baihan calmly, but we all know that if we do not prevent Wang Wei from gaining access to the Dao tablets, with his talent, he can create a supremely powerful cultivation technique perfectly suited for his fate puppeteer physique. By then, how powerful will he be? Even if Lin Fan refined the devil gone bone, he will merely decrease the gap with him by a little amount. So, our best solution is to prevent him from furthering his lead on the other Heaven Chosens. The room became quiet after Baihan spoke. Although his words were reasonable at least now, it was many people still could not accept handing out such a precious resource to one of their competitors in order to stop the advancement of another more powerful competitor. This is madness, roared one teacher. Then he stood up and left the room. A few people agreed with this sentiment, so they also left the room without saying much. Baihan looked at the people who left with cold eyes. Then he said calmly to the remaining people, "The situation is not as bad as these people make it out to be. With how powerful the devil god bone is, it is impossible for Ji Song to refine it in any way, form, or shape, at least not with his current strength. So, the best outcome will be that he fuse the bone with his, while replacing one of his own original bones with the devil god bone. So, as long as Lin Fan can defeat him in a battle in the future, he can still recapture it for his own use. This is a good way, thought many of the remaining teachers. It is proven that Ji Song is the kind of person that is easily provoked. As long as Lin Fan uses the same method as Wang Wei, he could probably get him to fight with him with the bone as a bet. Of course, some of the more wise teachers in the academy knew that things would not be so simple, but they did not say anything. Only the future can tell who is right and wrong in this situation. Dao opening sect, Tianwei Peak, inside a secret room. Sect Master Wang Tian was sitting cross-legged with a formation in front of him. In this formation, countless people were shown sitting cross-legged. These people range from young women to old ones, from middle-aged men to young people in their 20s, to old men that looked like they were about to die. Nevertheless, despite the different appearance of these people, they were all from the same generation and were similar in ages. However, the physical appearance of these people does not really matter. What's important is the status or identity of these people. In this meeting was the leader of all the professional associations in the southern Vermilion Bird Continent, the sect master of the Eternal Dream Sect, which was one of the young, beautiful women. From the Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, there was Jian Yi, the sword sage of the sword-casting villa, and Jian Wushuang's master. There was also the previous generation saintess of the Moon Palace who was the master of Suya. Finally was the worshipping Dao Academy. From the Western White Tiger continent was the head of the Di family. The head of the divine Dao Ligu was Feng Lijuan's father, accompanied by the top divine clan of the League. From the Central Chilean continent was sect master Wang Tian. Sovereign Ji won the father of Crown Prince Ji Song. Sovereign All-Wisdom who was the sovereign of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty and the father of Sun Jialong. Finally, the Herd Master of Herd Raising Valley, the Celestial Master of the Tai Profound Gate, and the Tao Priest of the Five-Element Palace. The Five-Element Palace has 6 great emperors and is the sect that the number 6 physique, the 5 elements balance physique, Zhenbiyu belongs to. Technically speaking, the 5-Element Palace is located in the Eastern continent. However, they used to live in the Central continent, but left after losing a dispute with the Tai Profound Gate. Back to this meeting that took place, all the factions mentioned were just the most powerful ones. Other emperor lineages with 1 or 2 great emperors were also present. For example, Wang Wei's mother, Yu Yin, represented the Yu family. Unfortunately, these factions were too weak to have any true representation in this meeting. Nevertheless, without counting the northern Black Tortoise continent, the people in this meeting control more than 78 to 80% of the myriad emperor world. Is everyone here? Asked Wang Tian with a majestic voice, thus starting this meeting. Once everybody nodded, he continued. So, have all of you reached an agreement after so many years? 10 years is not a very long time, said Sovereign All-Wisdom. That may be true, but we are running out of time. We need to come to an agreement as soon as possible in order for our plans to have the best effect, replied Wang Tian. Everybody nodded, as this was indeed the truth. We have come to an agreement, but there are some concerns that I have, replied Su Ya's master. Me too, added the leader of the Refiner Association leader who was an old man with white hair and beard. You can bring them up, as long as it does not involve my Dao opening sect's 20% of the benefit, replied Wang Tian calmly. Many people twitched the corner of their mouth after hearing this. Many people felt that this number was too high. However, given that this plan was created by the Dao opening sect and nothing can be done without them, no one said anything. Nevertheless, many people felt that the percentage that they received was too low, but after arguing for so many years, they still came to a final decision. I still think that this is a bad idea. What we are doing is to subvert the status quo of this world for countless millennia. We are essentially trampling on the wisdom of our ancestors, spitting on the face of the sages of the past, said the old refiner with passion. TSK, you just want to keep these mortals as ignorant as possible in order to keep exploiting them without them even being aware of it. If you do not want to participate, say so, and we will find other people, replied the all-wisdom sovereign with a sneering smirk. The Refiner Association leader gave him a deep look, then did not say anything further. Although he firmly believes in his previously spoken words, when it comes to the benefit he will soon receive, he can forsake his ideas and beliefs. Everyone became silent after this brief confrontation. Then someone finally spoke after a few seconds. My problem with this agreement is with the Yu family, continued the Moon Saintess, while giving Yu Yin a fierce stare filled with killing intent. Since she already belongs to the Dao opening sect, why is she accepting benefits from the Yu family? Yu Yin was calm despite being attacked, as she was not that surprised. The two of them have been fighting for more than one generation now. First it was for the Heaven Will, then it was because of Wang Tian. Yes, the Moon Saintess loved sect master Wang Tian and pursued him during their generation. As a matter of fact, many women pursued him as he was the most handsome, most suave, and powerful heaven-chosen of his generation. Unfortunately, the strict sect rules of the Moon Palace prevented her from even having a remote chance. The Yu family is different from the Dao opening sect, and this should be obvious. By this logic, since your sister married into the sword-casting villa, shouldn't your share be counted to them as well? Replied Yu Yin calmly. The truth of the matter is that the percentage that their Yu family will receive is less than 1%. Nevertheless, this amount is enough to help heal her father that has been gravely injured for many years. It's true that her husband would be more than happy to use some of the benefits of the Tao opening sect to help her father, but since she can solve the problem herself, why seek help? "Do not mention this traitor to me," hissed the Moon Saintess after hearing Yu Yan's comeback. According to the rule of the Moon Palace, their disciples are allowed to marry, but all their marriage partners have to marry into the palace. So, it is forbidden for them to marry into other sections. The culture of this world dictates that a woman must marry into her husband's family, but the Moon Palace's law is the opposite. Despite this, many men still rush to marry any of the women from the palace. After all, this is a sect full of only beautiful women. After the Moon Saintess had a fit, she did not say anything anymore, only staring at Yu Yan. As for Jian Yi from the sword-casting villa, he pretended that he did not hear anything. After all, this scandal was the fault of their villa, and resulted in further increase the animosity between them and the Moon Palace, which are two most powerful factions in the Eastern continent. As for Sect Master Wang Tian, he remains calm on the surface despite secretly cursing inside. He knew his wife the best, so he can predict that she will blame him for what happened today despite not doing anything. "I guess I will be sleeping in my own cultivation room in the next few days, or months. Maybe Wire can help me. I'm crazy for thinking this brat would help me. It would be a miracle if he did not add more chaos to the situation," secretly thought Wang Tian to himself. "Well, since everybody has agreed, then we can sign the contract." Following which, the highest binding contract of this world was signed between all these powerful factions. After the meeting was over, Wang Tian contacted his son, who was still deep underwater. "How is everything?" asked Wang Wei. "Everything went according to your plan," replied Wang Tian with a smile on his face. Chapter 235, Emperor Enlightening Academy. Inside the D-Clan floating booth, D. Tian has spent the past decade watching the entire tournament without missing a single bit all, because he wanted to assess the potential threat that each participant was to his future path of emperor. Although he strongly believes that he will be the final winner, that even Wang Wei was not that much of a threat to him, he still wanted to make sure that he did not overlook anyone. D. Tian was very patient as he watched everybody with meticulous eye, even if he thought that the majority of these people were weak. Suddenly, he received a communication talisman. After activating it, a holographic image of his father appeared in front of him. "What is?" asked D. Tian, still with the indifferent look on his face. As for his father, he responded with similar calmness. The meeting led by the Tao opening sect has just ended. Then, he proceeded to explain what actually occurred in the agreement signed by all these emperor factions. "What do you think of the situation?" asked the D family patriarch. After pondering for a few seconds, D. Tian answered, "The recent events have proven to the world not only the power of rumors and reputation, but also the power that mortals have over cultivators. To some people, the threat that mortals are to cultivators. As for this grand plan against the Academy, it is both important and unimportant to our D-Clan. In the Western White Tiger continent, the power of reputations has no use, as all these devil cultivators always treat mortals' life worse than street dogs. Their lives are even worse than the humans still living in the territory of the demon race in the north. As for our D family, since the mortals living in the domains controlled by us have been well protected, our reputation is very good. However, even if someone were to spread rumors about our family, the mortals will not care, as they know that without our protection, then they will be exposed to the cruelty and savage nature of the devil cultivators." The D-Clan patriarch nodded calmly, as he also came to a similar conclusion. Then he asked, "According to our analysis, this plan was probably created by Wang Wei. With his intelligence, he has proven to be a bigger threat than anticipated. Do you have a plan to deal with him?" D. Tian frowned after hearing this. He started thinking to himself, "This Wang Wei reminds me of some people throughout history. Although these people were not sons of destiny, their luck was similar to them. It was almost like they were the protagonist of a novel, making them extremely difficult to kill. I originally thought that Heavenly Tao would deal with him given his outlaw status, and I would just make sure that nothing unexpected happened during the process. But now, it seems that I have to be more proactive. With his intelligence, it is not too far-fetched to find a way to survive. So, I have to help Heavenly Tao and ensure that he is completely annihilated without any chance of surviving. After a few minutes of silence, D-Tion said, I have a plan. Do you need the D-Clan to intervene? If so, how severe do you expect things to be? Asked the D-Clan patriarch. Yes, the clan will need to intervene. As for how severe the situation will be, well, best case scenario, we might have to mobilize a few, if not all, our supreme elders. Worst case scenario, the sleeping ancestors might have to intervene, thus breaking the Immortal Avenue Pact. The patriarch nodded calmly before saying, We do not need to worry about the pact, since the Tao opening sect broke the pact 100 years ago. We can use that to justify our actions. After that, he directly cut off the communication. As for D-Tion, with the same cold and indifferent face, he did not have any change in his expression. After the communication ended, D-Tion looked into the sky. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate countless space and time, pass through countless Daos to reach the core of the world. There he saw a powerful will residing. After looking at the will for long, it started to look like a giant eye that was close. After looking at it for a moment, D-Tion muttered to himself, Although I hate you to very core of my existence for all the pain and suffering you made me go through, I am willing to work with you in order to reach my goals. The gigantic, I seemed to have heard him. Then it opened slightly before closing again. It was as if it was acknowledging his words. Despite all of this, no one was aware of what happened. There was no vision or change in the environment. It was as if everything was nothing but a dream or illusion. Afterwards, D-Tion continued to watch the tournament. Meanwhile, inside the small world, deep under the ocean, Wang Wei was having a similar conversation with his own father. So, they finally signed the agreement? It was faster than expected. Were there any people who objected? He asked. Yes. Some of these old fogies were arguing that what we were doing was breaking traditions, but they still signed it in the end, replied Wang Tian with a smirk on his face. However, he did not mention the dispute between his wife and the Moon Sanus. Wang Wei sneered after hearing this, as he expected this outcome. As a matter of fact, most factions would usually disagree with his plan, as it might infringe on their rights and benefits. However, Wang Wei knew these emperor lineages the best, so he used even better benefits for them to agree with this plan. He simply offered them something irresistible, so they rapidly changed their minds. The previous meeting might look like one designed to attack the Emperor and Lightning Academy, but it was not. It was a way for all these factions to divide unimaginable benefits. Many of these factions were happy that the Tao opening sect was forced to hand over so much profit to them, because their aid was necessary to accomplish this plan, but none of them actually knows that this plan was never just about doing massive damage to the Emperor and Lightning Academy. Wang Wei's real goal was to lay a foundation for his future plans after becoming a great emperor. Only the Supreme Realm powerhouses and the head of the 3 families of the Tao opening sect were aware of the larger plan at large. Even the sectarian faction did not know about this, as they could not be totally trusted after Long Boss' recent betrayal. So, while all these emperor lineages were celebrating the benefit that they would receive, they did not know that Wang Wei was playing them in the palm of his hand. Once they realized this, it would be too late. Wire, when do you want to execute the plan? Asked Wang Tian with a little excitement in his voice. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei replied, Wait for a while. I want to see how the Academy responds to our recent attacks. Well, they have started using similar attacks on our reputation, but we were prepared, so their attacks failed. We also received news that the person in charge of the formation had her soul searched, thus turning her into brain dead. The Academy would never expect our sect to develop something as heaven-defying as a ray virus. After saying that, Wang Tian sighed deeply as he remembers a century ago. Before his son started cultivating, he once introduced the concept of a ray virus to the upper echelon of the sect. He remembers how he stood in front of all the professionals of the sect, then described the idea to them. The concept of array virus was actually based on Wang Wei's past life. When he was studying array, or formation, he discovered that runes are similar to computer code which could be used to code reality itself. After making this observation, he wondered whether he could use the concept of a virus to infect a formation, then taking control over said formation. If his idea was successful, Wang Wei knew that the Dao opening sect could actually remotely take control over other sect formation or array. After introducing this idea to the sect, many people first thought that he was crazy and he was just speaking nonsense. However, on the count that he was the sect master's son, they let him use the resources to try his idea. After the first prototype of array virus was created, it could only take control of a low-level profound array, and it was barely able to do so. Nevertheless, this discovery was truly an unimaginable one for the people of the sect. This discovery was essentially creating a brand new Dao or path for array professionals all over the world. After more than 100 years of studying, the Dao opening sect could take control of some less complex Earth-level arrays. Luckily for them, the formation used to broadcast the tournament was not that high, nor that complex. Otherwise, Wang Wei would have to find another plan to get access to it. Wang Tian spent a few good seconds reminiscing about the past. Then he took a deep breath to regain his bearing while secretly thinking to himself, I wonder what kind of world Wang Wei lived in his past life. What kind of civilization was it to have such an existing idea or concept? Maybe one day, when he is ready, he could tell us or even show us. Wang Tian then looked at his son before saying, well, that should be everything for today, so. However, before he could finish, his wife, Yuyan, entered the room and pushed him to the side before saying to her son, Wire, I have a bone to pick with you. Chapter 236. Wang Wei was looking at his mother with his heart racing, wondering what he did wrong this time. He did not want to be on the other hand of his mother's punishment like his father. Meanwhile, Yuyan started playing and took out a card that was actually a talisman. After activating it, the voice of two people talking could be heard. However, a bunch of terrible profanities were coming out of these people. Some of these things said were so vile that it would turn even the holiest of saints into devil worshippers or sinners. This card was actually one of the many ones that Wang Wei created in order to damage the Academy's reputation and prestige. Many people who received these cards believed that these conversations were real recordings of teachers of the Academy speaking with another. After the recording ended, Yuyan looked at Wang Wei and asked, For what I remember, I raised you properly like an aristocrat. So where did you learn such vulgarity? Sweat started falling down Wang Wei's back despite the fact that he was a couple 100,000 meters deep under the ocean as he pondered what to say in this situation. He could not tell her that he was raised in online culture in his life, and that compared to the foul things people in modern day say on the web, these conversations were actually nothing especially compared to the more conservative values and ideas of this world. Knowing that he might get in trouble, Wang Wei's mind ran very fast as he thought on how to explain this situation. Finally, he said with a calm face, Mother, this has nothing to do with me. It was all Li Jun. He told me that he spent a lot of time around the sect's disciples and learned many foul things. So I consulted him when it was time to make the cards. And it was not just him. There was also Tai Gang. He told me before he became a king in the lower realm, he was in a gang and was once a bandit, so I consulted him on the issue. Yuyan crossed her arms in front of her as she pondered these words. Meanwhile, Wang Tian was looking at his son with strange eyes. It was obvious that he was the one who wrote these things by himself. Why was he blaming others now? However, when he wanted to say something, he saw a deep, ferocious look in his son's eyes. He knew that if he said something, then Wang Wei could just blame it on him. No matter whether his wife believed it, he would still be in trouble. So, he just nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after a few seconds of pondering, Yi Yin nodded before muttering to herself. It seems that I have to talk to little Li Jun's mother about who he is hanging with. As for Tai Gang, I will warn him not to bring these things around my son. No matter how intelligent Yi Yin was, she was still a mother, and thus very biased against her own son. She did not want to believe that he was capable of such a thing, so she totally believed his lie that was full of loopholes. After that, Yu Yin looked at Wang Wei before saying, "Well, be careful who you hang out with in the future. I do not want them to influence you. Having a pure and peaceful mind is very beneficial to your path of cultivation." "I know, mother," replied Wang Wei with a look of innocence in his face. Yu Yin nodded before looking at her husband. "You can look for your own accommodation for the next 2 weeks, sect master. Now, I am off to a team meeting with my future daughter-in-law." Then she left with a happy smile on her face, while Wang Tian's mouth kept twitching nonstop. Nevertheless, he was happy that it was just for 2 weeks and not longer. As for Wang Wei, he was just relieved that his mother bought his lie. As for throwing Li Jun under the bus, well, he's been doing this ever since they were young. By now, Li Jun was not only used to it, but knows how to cooperate to take the blame. Anyways, this guy has used him as a shield countless times as well. Every time he becomes a womanizer, he will use his name to justify his action to Yin Liling, and Wang Wei always covers for him. After seeing the defeated look on his father's face, Wang Wei said, "Since you cover for me so well, I will talk to her for you, but I can probably reduce your sentence by only a week." Wang Tian's eyes lit up after hearing this. Things are always better when his son intervened for him despite the fact that this rarely occurs. After that, the two talked about their life and joked around for a bit before disconnecting. Wang Wei sighed as he pondered all that happened in the past decade. More importantly, the close friendship that Wu Hong had with his mother. The truth of the matter, he was worried that his mother would not like her, given how overprotective she can be at times. Personally, he did not want to live through the family drama of mother versus daughter-in-law, as he would be the one in the middle. Luckily for him, he did not have to. Nevertheless, he was still wondering how his mother accepted Wu Hong so quickly, so he asked her. The answer he got was that she was worried about him. According to Yu Yin, her son was a very strict and disciplined person who rarely messed with other women. On top of that, she realized that he was too focused on cultivation and feared that he would become one of those cultivators who did not want to have families, especially when Wang Wei told her that he would only have children after his cultivation was truly successful. Adding to his ridiculous standards for a companion, she feared that he would be alone forever. So, she was very excited when Wu Hong came into his life. After hearing this, Wang Wei started to remember the only time that he and his mother had a fight. When he turned 14 years old, according to his aristocratic training, he was supposed to sleep with one of the maids. This was a way for children from prominent families to get used to the pleasure of the flesh so that they are not easily tempted during their cultivation journey. Of course, Wang Wei refused, as he did not want to sleep with anyone especially since he did not feel like it. Not to mention that he had already passed the lust trial from the pagoda, so this held no meaning to him. Unfortunately, his mother insisted that he had sexual intercourse with one of them. After asking his father, he realized that his mother was worried about his sexual orientation. It was then that Wang Wei realized that this world's culture and society was very conservative in many ways compared to modern society. As such, homosexual relationships are frowned upon. Although as long as you are strong enough, no one will publicly criticize your lifestyle and choices. In general, homosexual relationship of any gender is still frowned upon by society. Even if there have been many great emperors who openly admitted their sexual orientation, this did not change much. After knowing the situation, he tried to talk to his mother and explained that he just did not feel like it. As a person who pursues to be free and unfettered, this was reason enough for him to make a decision about anything. Nevertheless, Yu Yin was not relieved in the slightest. So, Wang Wei was forced to go against his wishes or desires and slept with one of the maids he chose for himself. Well, he did not complain as he did enjoy himself. Nevertheless, he He found the experience pointless, as sleeping with a woman was not an indication of anyone's sexual orientation. However, since it meant so much to his mother, he did it anyway. After that experience, Wang Wei planned to one day make the cultivators in this world more open-minded. After all, as people who study the ways of heaven and earth, they should be more accepting of all its laws. After taking a brief journey through memory lane, Wang Wei took out another recording from his space ring. This one was sent by Wang Ju and contained everything that happened in the heaven-chosen selection trial the past decade. Without much hesitation, he rushed through the recordings of the first few months. As this was the first round and mostly involved these participants being massacred by hordes of devil beasts, there was not much information to gather, especially given that the truly powerful candidates were hiding their strength. In the second rounds, Wang Wei immediately took notice of when Mo Xingyun killed the 9 physique girl from the lower realm. Chapter 237. Wang Wei watched how easily Mo Xingyun easily defeated the 9 physique. Then he saw how she swallowed her opponent's body. However, what he focused more on was what happened afterwards. Someone intervened and placed a formation that isolated the viewer's eye, and it seemed that Mo Xingyun had a conversation with someone. Any information on who she was talking to? Asked Wang Wei. Unfortunately, no, replied Wang Ju from the communication talisman. Any movement from the Mo family in the West after this incident? The sect did notice some movement from them after this, as they seemed to be searching for something. However, after that, once the Mo family noticed that the whole world was spying on them, they immediately stopped their actions. Wang Wei nodded as he placed a higher level of threat to Mo Xingyun after hearing that conversation. So, he focused on her actions during this trial. Wang Wei watched as she killed and swallowed the number 9 Origin Spirit physique and the number 10 Star Monarch physique. None of these guys from the lower realm could give her a proper challenge, showing how difficult it is for heaven-chosens from the lower realm to actually become successful in higher worlds. Only a few of them can do so, and the ones that actually become great emperors are even more rare. Most of them actually have to enter a faction before they could reach their full potential and be able to fight for the heaven will. As for the ones from the lower realm that became great emperor while still remaining loose cultivators, the number of them can be counted in one hand. And these people are usually extremely powerful, but also very lucky. They usually have countless fortunate opportunities to close the gap with those heaven-chosen full of resources since birth. Finally, they have to find an identity token to be recognized by the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world. And even those loose cultivators' great emperor might not make it in this glorious age when heaven-chosens are as many as dogs, and the talent needed to survive in this generation has been raised to unimaginable heights. After sighing for a moment, Wang Wei continued to observe Mo Xingyun. She seemed to have an insatiable appetite. After killing the last 3 physiques in the top 10, she went after the number 7 Boundless Void physique. Unfortunately, she soon realized that she bargained for more than she could handle. Before the Void-Shattered Realm, the Boundless Void physique is one of the most overpowered physiques of all the 3,000 heavenly physiques. It grants the owner the ability to control space. So abilities like teleport, space cut, space imprisonment are the most common abilities of this physique. Adding to that, the founder of the Worshipping Tao Academy once also possessed the same physique and proved the Tao with space as his main Tao. So the owner of this physique, Zhang Xian, cultivate the infinite void volume. Mo Xingyun was maltreated during the battle. Zhang Xian kept teleporting around her and attacking her. She tried to swallow the space around her, but she failed. So, she used the power she had just gained from the Origin Spirit physique that granted her unlimited Origin essence to keep using large-scale attacks to prevent Zhang Xian from approaching her. Unfortunately, this tactic did not work as the space around her was imprisoned and turned into a cage during one of her attacks, making her own Origin abilities counterattack her instead. Nevertheless, Mo Xingyun was a ruthless woman. She purposely left an opening on herself and lured Zhang Xian to attack her directly. So, after he appeared next to her to stab her with a space blade, she let him do it, then instantly tried to swallow one of his arms. Lucky, Zhang Xian was also a cruel person and knew that he could not get access to any part of his body, so he detonated that arm after knowing that he could not save it, thus preventing Mo Xingyun from getting any powers from his physique. After that, the two of them did not continue to fight and left just like that. Wang Wei watched that battle over and over, and he discovered that one of the main reasons that Mo Xingyun lost was because she could not fully utilize the power of the other physique. It was as if she could not fully digest what she swallowed. Wang Wei then remembered that the Heaven-Devouring Emperor not only created the Heaven Devour physique, but also a powerful cultivation technique to go with it. It seemed that Mo Xingyun did have such a thing, thus explaining the reason for the inability to properly swallow these physiques. Wait, could she have discovered the technique left over by the Heaven Devourer Emperor, hence the reason that the Mo family was searching for something? However, this does not make sense, as according to the Heaven Devourer Emperor's personality and attitude toward his own family, it is very unlikely that he would leave behind an inheritance unless it was someone else's inheritance, muttered Wang Wei to himself. After that, he looked back at Wang Ju before ordering, "Go over all the people throughout history that have cultivated a technique about swallowing or devouring and see if you can find anything. You can ask my father Shadow to help you review the Sect Secret Archive and see if they can discover anything else." "As you wish, young master." Afterwards, he rewatched the battle between these two, this time focusing on Zhang Xian's ability and how he would defeat him in a battle. Before cultivators enter the void-shattered realm and can use the power of space, this physique is indeed a cheat. However, Wang Wei believed that his fleshly body can easily tank any of his attacks, not to mention that he can now break the space around him with sheer force. Additionally, his fate innate talent can also deal with this physique, so he was not that worried. As for Mo Xingyun, he noticed that she has a limit on the things that she can swallow, so he can easily overload her capabilities and make her explode from swallowing too much. Furthermore, she seemed incapable of swallowing physical attacks that do not involve origin essence or spiritual energy between heaven and earth. With so many restrictions, he has many ways to deal with her. However, if she finds a way to fix her flaws, her level of threat will exponentially increase. After watching her battle, Wang Wei then focused on two other people that Wang Just Information had detailed notes on. One of them was a handsome man called the Suave Sloth. This man was sleeping in the middle of the battlefield with countless beautiful women fanning him. However, every time some devil beasts or another participant came close to him, they would instantly feel listless and unmotivated, then fall asleep like him. Then, the women next to the Suave Sloth would go and kill these people themselves, and they would not even react. Wang Wei was speechless for a moment before reading the information that Wang Ju had about him. According to her, his real name is not known, or he might not even have a real name. Ever since he was young, people always called him the Suave Sloth. This guy was extremely lazy when he was young, refusing to even eat due to how lazy he was. According to this information, the only reason that he began to cultivate it in the first place was because he heard that cultivators did not need to eat after reaching a certain level of strength, just needed to live from breathing spiritual energy between heaven and earth. And this guy, laziness, did not stop here. After discovering that cultivation was hard work, he used his genius to create a cultivation technique that allows him to both cultivate and fight while sleeping. This technique even allowed him to create a pseudo-domain around him that placed anyone near him into a state of utmost laziness or sloth. As for the women next to him, they were here to ensure that he could sleep peacefully, and if he ever decides to wake up, that they will take care of his daily needs. What made Wang Wei speechless was a very particular detailed information that he did not want to know how Wang Ju got. According to this information, the reason that these women liked Suave Sloth so much was not because of his handsome face or because of any benefit, but because he was too lazy during sex that he allowed them to be on top and do most, if not all, the work. In this very patriarchal society, these women find this experience very liberating and free. They feel powerful and in control even more than having a high cultivation level. So they're drawn to him like metal to magnet. After sighing how wonderful and weird the cultivation world can be, he focused on the last person named Fanli. This person actually received the inheritance of the Nether Emperor, or as he is more known for, the Een Sol Emperor. This emperor is a very interesting one as he suffered a terrible humiliation just after proving the Tao. Right after becoming a great emperor, he took the name Nether Emperor. However, some powerful being in the Nether Hell Forbidden Land did not like that he used that name. Then a gigantic palm came from there and patted the Nether Emperor like a fly, almost killing him. The palm left the words, "Are you worthy of that name?" before leaving. After that, he was forced to change his name to Een Sol Emperor. As for Fanli's ability, it involves controlling Een energy in the surrounding environment to create zombies, spirits, ghosts, and the soul. It is rumored that this technique can even allow a cultivator to bring back the dead to life when one reaches the highest level. Unfortunately, this rumor has not been verified. Nevertheless, many people are interested in acquiring it. Given that this family is nothing but a lucky loose cultivator, many factions have started to eye his inheritance for their own. By the time Wang Wei had finished reviewing all this information, the third round of the tournament had begun, and all the seeded players had begun to take part in this trial. Chapter 238. After reading and reviewing all the information about the candidates that he needed to pay attention to, Wang Wei asked Wang Ju, "What's the situation with Fanli? Many people or factions are paying attention to him and his inheritance. After all, most cultivators have lost a loved one during their journey, and the possibility of losing one is very high. So, with this inheritance, it is the perfect chance for them to make up for their regrets. Additionally, including him into their factions will add an additional emperor scriptures to their own inheritance. So many people have plans to try to recruit him after the tournament even if they have to use force," replied Wang Ju. Wang Wei then nodded as he could guess that the Tao opening sect had similar strategy. Then he dismissed her by ending the communication talisman. Then he started to check his cultivation. Inside his divine sea, he saw 17 origin patterns in his ancient lamp, and he nodded in satisfaction while thinking to himself, "One origin pattern per year is considered a fast cultivation process, so in another 33 years, I should reach the total 50 origin patterns needed before breaking through the divine body realm. However, given the fact that I have a transcendent Tao foundation, and in order to increase the power of my true will, I will need to have more than 50 origin patterns. Meaning, while I cultivate the 51st origin pattern and up, most of my competitors will have reached the stage of breaking through higher realm. So, I need a little help to speed up the process." After that, he took out the spiritual milk from the calcified milk cave back in the sect and drank it to increase his cultivation speed. However, Wang Wei did not enter retreat this time, but focused on the third round that was taking place. In the secret realm of the tournament, while all these world-changing events were taking place, the seeded players were in their own residence. After the number of participants reached 100,000 from 500 million in the past 10 years, they received notifications that the third round would begin. Inside Li Jun's residence, he suddenly opened his eyes from his state of meditation after receiving a talisman warning him of the beginning of the third round. After getting up, he put on his armor and held his spear in his hand. While doing some basic stretches, Li Jun suddenly sneezed twice. After frowning, he muttered to himself, "Who's talking bad things about me now? Could it be my linger? No, I have not done anything bad in the past decade. So, is it Big Brother Wang Wei? Is he blaming me for something again?" After that, he walked in front of an array that would teleport him to a certain part of the secret realm. While waiting, Li Jun started thinking about the rules of this round and the challenges he will face. According to the Academy's rule, the tournament is divided into 30 sectors, with each seeded players in charge of a sector. In the third round, these seeded players have to participate in eliminating as many people as possible until the number of participants is reduced from 100,000 to only 1,000 people. This round is important because this is the time that these seeded players have to show the reason they were chosen as such. So, throughout history, the third round has always been a cruel one, as most participants usually banded together to fight and kill these seeded players. So, if the seeded players are not strong enough or vigilant enough, they might be killed during this round, or forced to run for their lives and be humiliated in front of trillions of people. Be that as it may, this generation's heaven-chosen selection trial is different, as many of the seeded players did not participate. That includes Wang Wei, Di Tian, Wu Hong, Lu Meishio from the Herd-Raising Valley, Zhen Biyu for the Five Elements Palace, and Feng Heng from the Tai Gate, who left midway through. Additionally, there are people with strength similar to the seeded players like Imo, Xingyun, and Zhang Xian that do not hold this position due to the fact that they have remained low-key in the eyes of the public until the tournament began. Adding to that the few rising talents that appeared in the second rounds, the third round should be very exciting. Once the appropriate time arrived, Li Jun entered the formation, and he was teleported to the section he was in charge of. The truth of the matter was that he was not worried about group fights, given that one of his innate talent was perfectly suited for this occasion. However, Li Jun did not use it during the next 20 years that the third round lasted. He fought countless geniuses from all the world while honing his skills. More importantly, Li Jun was able to absorb the slaughter aura that enveloped the entire secret realm and increase his own strength. As a matter of fact, Li Jun was not the only one who used such tactics. Many of the powerful Heaven Chosens like Ji Song, Lin Fan, or Su Yi did use their powerful innate talent or hidden cards as they were reserving it for when they met each other. Unfortunately for these Heaven Chosens, things were not as simple as they first imagined. Due to the fact that many of the sections did not have a seeded player, the Emperor Enlightening Academy allowed the people in these sections to travel freely to other sections based on their choices. As a result of this, Heaven Chosens in the top 10 lists created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion discovered that instead of having to fight thousands of people, some of them had to fight 5 to 7 times that number. Adding to the limitations of having to hide their hidden cards, this proved to be a harder task to accomplish, hence also the reason that this round took so long before finishing. Of course, this was not the main reason that these people were hiding their strength, to the point of going to the extreme in order to do so. The real reason being that they received news from their factions or sects about the ongoing battle between the Tao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy, and the fact that one of their competitors has orchestrated the entire thing. Knowing the general situation, many of them felt like participating in this tournament was kind of beneath them, or, to be precise, it should be. While they were fighting for the so-called glory of being the number 1 Heaven Chosen, Wang Wei, who was in the same generation as them, was doing things that influenced the world in an unimaginable scale. As absurd as it might sound, many of them felt like they were the younger generation, while people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong were the older generation that considered tournaments like this to be an excellent way for the younger generation to show their progress to them. To many, this absurd feeling was unacceptable, especially given the culture of this world involving respecting the superior and elders, which has been deeply ingrained in the cultivating world society. Adding to that the fact that these seeded players who did not participate in the tournament can watch on the sideline and peek at their hidden cards, strengths, and abilities without revealing their own. These Heaven Chosen know the advantage a person can have over another during battle due to information. Additionally, Feng Heng's news that he has awakened the Yin-Yang Eyes has already spread throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world. As a result of this, his level of threat has been elevated from the middle or bottom of the Heaven Chosen list to the level of Lin Fan, Su Ye, and Jian Wuxuan. Although the absolute beginning Tao art is not that famous due to the few people who managed to cultivate it, all these emperor lineages know that the ones that succeeded in doing so were extremely powerful and extraordinary. So, by the time that the final round arrived, the mentality of many of these heaven-chosens had greatly shifted. If it was not the fact that they all wanted access to the 3,000 Dao tablets, many of them would have forfeited the tournament midway through, just like Feng Hong. Nevertheless, the majority of them have decided that they will keep their true strengths as hidden as possible. As for the spots for the tablets, as long as they acquire a spot in the top 30, it did not matter to them. Although the higher the ranking, the more time a participant can spend enlightening in front of the tablets, no one actually cared about this. These prideful heaven-chosens all had confidence in themselves that no matter how little time they have to spend inside, it will be more than enough. They believed that since people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong can give up access to the Dao tablets, they could spend a little less time than necessary to still achieve their goals, as they do not believe that they are in any way inferior to these three. Of course, not everyone felt this way. For example, Lin Fan. He wanted to show the world that his low background did not matter by taking the first place of this tournament. As for the Dao tablets, as the true disciple of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, he had access to them anytime he wanted, so he did not really care. So, when the final round began, many odd behaviors were noticed by the viewers. Chapter 239. Wang Wei experienced many things during the 2 decades that the third round took place. For once, he learned a great deal about his fellow competitors. Although these people decided no to use all their strengths, Wang Wei still learned a great deal about them, like their response time. Are they more efficient in close combat or using spells from afar, and their preferences during certain situations? All this information is useful to determine a battle at peak level. Another thing he discovered was the fact that hiding their strengths actually helped these people a great deal during the past 10 years. With the constant fighting while placing limitations on themselves, many of them like Ji Song, Su Ye, Jian Wushuang, and Lin Fan honed their skills to perfection amidst the constant slaughter and ambush. Moreover, their cultivation speed did not decrease, as the constant fighting was perfect for breaking through in battle, as well as the fact that the secret realm is designed to help the participants cultivate faster. Adding to that, all of them experienced a fortunate encounter, as the secret realm of the trial was full of other secret realms with inheritance or lucky chances inside. Unfortunately, the tournament did broadcast the specific of these fortunate encounters, so he did not know what benefits these people received. Nevertheless, he did notice that Ji Song was very strange after one of his encounters, so he took note of it. Meanwhile, on the world level, the war between the Dao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has not stopped for even a moment. Although the public opinion battle was not as intense as before, these two factions keep trying to ruin the other's reputation and prestige. Unfortunately, the mortals that were usually ignored by cultivators unless it was time to recruit disciples became the main target of these groups. Although, at first the mortals felt that it was nice to finally feel valuable to the cultivating world, soon things reached the point that they realized that they were just being used for some purpose by these cultivators. Of course, these thoughts were only realized by the noble or scholar of the mortal world that have access to knowledge, as the majority of them spend all of their lives in a farm, trying to survive one winter after another. As for the cultivating world, many people felt that something big was about to happen, and these past 20 years were nothing but the calm before the storm. On a personal level, Wang Wei has made tremendous progress in his strength. The number of origin patterns in his ancient lamp reached 67 from 17, thus proving that he had surpassed the limit of 50. His good fortune flame burned brighter than any he had ever seen or recorded, yet he knew that it was still not enough for him to break through the primordial spirit realm. Nevertheless, it was still a powerful hidden card in case he encountered a desperate measure. He would not hesitate to use his flame. As a result of this limit breakthrough, he felt that the power of his true will had dramatically increased. Nevertheless, he always had a feeling that there was more to this true will ability, that he did not know how to properly use it or use to the fullest of its potential. He wanted to ask Wu Hong, but he did not want her to get in trouble again. Plus, he enjoyed the process of slowly figuring it out as it made it easier for him to control and use. Of course, the greatest progress that he made was his fleshly body. With the constant tempering from the divine punishment thunder, his muscles were finally tempered to great perfection and beyond, and he awakened a new ability. His new ability was not that impressive. To be precise, it was a common one, the ability to break through space and teleport. Once a cultivator reaches the Void Shadow Realm, they can use the power of law to do the same things, so it was a very common thing. Of course, based on the strength, talent, and law cultivated, the distance and amount of space that they can control will vary. Now, his fleshly body granted him these powers in advance, along with the ability to survive in empty space without any need for origin essence or spiritual energy. Additionally, all his other fleshly body abilities also evolved, his raw strength increasing to a few trillion tons. After reaching that level of strength, Wang Wei's geeky side from his past life got the best of him, so he wanted to try something. It was something he saw in a Superman comic when he was young. So, he asked True Monarch Yin Chun to create a few planets for him. Then with a massive chain, he started to carry them around and lifted weights with them, recreating that panel in the comic. After seeing this, True Monarch Yin Shin commented that this was a good way for body refiners to train themselves, complimenting Wang Wei on his ingenuity, which made him embarrassed as he just wanted to look cool. So, he played it calmly and pretended that the purpose of him doing this in the first place was to properly train himself. Of course, the reason that Wang Wei's strength grew so rapidly was not because he just tempered his muscle to great perfection, but also because he finally tempered his internal organs and absorbed the materials needed for them during these past 30 years. In order to accelerate the rate of tempering and refinement, he did not listen to Wu Hong and allowed the divine punishment thunder to enter and ravage his internal organs. Then, he swallowed saint pills like heart growth pill, lung regeneration pill, and other pill-specific pills that helped regrow internal organs like they were candy. Thus, using his old method of destruction and rebirth, he greatly accelerated the process. Of course, Wu Hong discovered this, and she was not that surprised as she knew him better than himself. Not long after he started doing so, she showed up and helped him. She sealed up and removed all the hidden injuries, such extreme level of cultivation left behind inside his body, of course. Although she did not say anything about him breaking his words, she displayed the fact that she was not happy by not talking to him for 6 months. Beside helping him with his injury, she never said a single word to him even during the process. Even using his shameless tactic did not work this time. Then, at some point, she said to him while directly looking through his eyes, his soul, "I understand that you're under a lot of pressure, but you have to understand that you still have a lot of time and room to grow. There is no need to push yourselves to this extreme, otherwise it will be counterproductive." After hearing this, Wang Wei finally understood that his behavior was a little too extreme and out of character for him that likes to be cautious and well-prepared for doing things. After doing a self-reflection, he realized that the reason he was rushing to increase his strength so much was because of his encounter with DTon. Ever since he met that guy, his intuition has been acting intensely, always warning him of the upcoming danger. More importantly, no matter how much his strength increased, his intuition as a warrior kept telling him that this guy was more powerful than him. So, he pushed himself beyond his limits, but that feeling never left him. However, after hearing Wu Hong's words, he realized that had been too focused behind the strongest heaven chosen. At this point of time, beyond the strongest did not mean anything, as all of them were just weak cultivators in the supernatural realm. Even if some of them could fight many realms above their stage, it did change the fact that they were still in the 4th stage of cultivation, thus having plenty room for growth and development. So, it did not truly matter who was the strongest at this stage. The title of the strongest only mattered during the Heavenward battle, as that person will be the one to sit on that throne. After coming to this realization, Wang Wei's state of mind sublimated. Then he reigned in his extreme cultivation method after thanking Wu Hong. His parents and elders in the sect had said similar things to him. but somehow he never listened to their words. However, Wu Hong seemed to have a way to get through his stubborn personality, an ability which greatly upset his mother, Yu Yin, for not having. Wang Wei even heard that she was very unhappy at the fact that her son listened to his companion, but did not listen to her. Wang Wei asked her why she was upset with him instead of Wu Hong, and Yu Yin replied that he could not compare to her. He then realized that his place as the favorite of the family was slowly being replaced by Wu Hong, and he was not happy about it. Nevertheless, despite all the family, he still managed to temper 3 of his organs and absorb the materials necessary. Chapter 240. The 3 organs that Wang Wei tempered with and absorbed the necessary material are the liver, kidney, and lung. As for the materials needed, they are based on the 5 elements. The lung represents metal, the kidney stands for water, and the liver for wood. According to the 5 elements theory, metal, lung, promotes water, kidney, water promotes wood, liver. The process will continue until a cycle of promoting and restraining occur to achieve a state of balance. Unfortunately, Wang Wei does not have the remaining 2 materials yet. The reason being that his requirements, or the sex requirements, were very high. In order to give Wang Wei the best possible advantage, the Tao opening sect chose innate treasures of heaven and earth to allow him to refine his fleshly body. Innate treasures are a very special type or quality of material. In some ways, they're even more powerful and rare than emperor-level materials. According to the little information that cultivators have in the first few eras that existed in the myriad emperor world, during the Chaos era, the world was just formed and thus inhabitable by any kind of living beings, whether living or non-living, both organic and non-organic. However, back then, the world did not have spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but chaos chi, which is a vastly superior form of energy. After the world was completed and heavenly Tao perfected the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, the primordial era began. In that era, chaos chi was degraded into innate chi. Although chaos chi still existed in the environment compared to the unlimited amount that existed in the previous era, it was nothing. Nevertheless, the life forms that started to appear in the primordial era still benefited from the baptizing of both chaos chi and innate chi. As a result of this, the majority of life born in that period were referred to as primordial gods or innate demons, and they were extremely powerful. Their fleshly bodies were extremely powerful, to the point of using stars as snacks and worlds as balls to play games with. They were born with extremely terrifying bloodlines, granting them unimaginable divine abilities, 2 things that cultivators of modern time know for sure about these beings. They were extremely large in size, and they were all born with a very high cultivation realm. The weakest of them had the strength of void shattered realm, while the strongest of them reached the level of great emperors, and that was at birth. Many cultivators theorized that the cultivation system of these beings was extremely different from modern times. Due to the fact that the majority of them were born so powerful, they did not need to breathe chi from heaven and earth. All they had to do was understand the laws of heaven and earth in order to reach a higher level of strength. Another speculation of modern cultivators is the fact that since these powerful beings were born with different levels of strength, their society was strictly hierarchical, even worse than modern time. The higher the strength one of these gods were born with, the higher their talents, status, and opportunity to grow and develop. A primordial god born with Void Shatter Realm strength had absolutely no chance to ever surpass one born with Saint Realm strength, not to mention the higher ones. Of course, there are many things that still puzzled cultivators through this time regarding those eras. There is sufficient evidence to prove that humans existed in the primordial era. So, people always wondered how humans appear, survive, and even became the leader of this world in the beginning Emperor era, given that these primordial gods and innate demons. From the records still left from that era, Humans have always been a weak and pitiful race, so this was a mystery that cultivators often wonder about. Many people theorize that humans were the descendants of primordial gods, while demons were the descendants of innate demons, given that these primordial gods looked exactly like them, and the innate demons also looked like the demon race. As for the rise of the human race, many people attributed it to the first great emperor of the myriad emperor world, the heaven-opening emperor. The truth of the matter is that many of the theories or conjectures of modern cultivators are correct, while a few were wrong. The truth of the matter is that these primordial gods and innate demons were indeed born extremely large, extremely powerful. Their society was indeed strictly hierarchical, as the oldest of them were usually the most powerful and have the highest status. One ability that these creatures had was the fact that they were all immortals. With the constant bathing in both chaos chi and innate chi, none of them had to worry about their lifespans, so they mostly focused on cultivating. Additionally, as creatures born from heaven and earth, meaning they were not created through procreation, they were considered perfect beings. So, unlike humans and even demons, the concept of conflict and fighting was a very rare thing in their society or civilization. Despite this strict hierarchy, no one actually complained or became envious, as they understood that they were the children of heaven and earth, and that their strengths and talents were granted to them, so they should just be happy or content for what they were given. And if someone wanted to change his or her status, all they had to do was work hard on enlightening the laws between heaven and earth and increase their strengths. Unfortunately, such peaceful and quiet civilizations did not last long. With the passage of time, these primordial gods and innate demons discovered that the chaos chi and innate chi were slowly decreasing. By the middle of the primordial era, the number of chaos chi existing was so rare that it could be counted in two hands. As for the innate chi, it was slowly degrading. As such, the members of their races became very difficult to be born naturally, and the ones that were created were extremely weak, as they did not even have the power of law at birth. In other words, primordial gods with strength lower than the Void Shadow realm were starting to be born. The leaders of the primordial god race and innate demons race decided to use procreation in order to increase the number of their races, and this tactic worked for a while. By strictly controlling who the members of their races can have as partners, or example, a primordial god born with supreme realm strength can only mate with someone of similar status or birth their races strive for a period of time. Unfortunately, this measure could not save these powerful races. Although their offspring were unimaginably powerful and gifted, it was still very difficult for them to reproduce due to their strength. The laws of heaven and earth do now allow powerful beings to mate as easily as weak ones. Otherwise, the balance of nature would be broken. So, by the end of the primordial era, the innate chi between heaven and earth has turned into acquired chi or spiritual chi that is present in modern time. Of course, the quantity back then could not even be fathomed by current cultivators. A genius like Wang Wei has to spend 5 years to reach the 12th layer of body, refining realm. But back in the primordial era, a normal person with average talent would only take 10 months. A genius would take a month, and a heaven-defying genius like Wang Wei would take 3 to 4 days. Nevertheless, spiritual chi was an abomination for these primordial gods and innate demons. Forget the fact that it could not give birth to their races. Now, many of them discovered that they had to start worrying about lifespan. This was horrible news for them, but good news for the human race. After the first ray of acquired chi appeared between heaven and earth, a new race was created, the human race. After these primordial races discovered humans, they marveled at how weak they were compared to them. They did have any form of cultivation. They were tiny and died after only 300 years. Even the aura leaked out of their weakest member could easily annihilate these humans. The majority of them left humans alone, while others decided to keep them as pets or study them, especially their rapid reproductive abilities. The human race's life back then was neither good nor bad. It was basically based on the personality of the races that took them. For the most part, life was good for most human tribes. Unfortunately, that did not last long. After calculating the secrets of heaven and earth, the leaders of the primordial gods and innate demons calculated the eventual destruction of their races and the rise of the human race. They discovered that humans were the chosen race assigned by heavenly Tao to lead the myriad emperor world, even though it was not called such by then. Chapter 241. Obviously, the leaders of these powerful races would never allow such a tragedy to happen. So despite their peaceful nature, they decided to annihilate the human races and prevent their rise. Now, given that the human races survived and the primordial gods and innate demons are nowhere to be found in the myriad emperor world except for a few remains or the blood earth forbidden land, obviously they did not succeed in their endeavor. As for what truly occurred, that is something that Wang Wei will discover for himself one day in the distant future. Back to the present. The reason that innate treasures were mentioned was because they are treasures born from heaven and earth back in the primordial era through the baptizement of chaos chi and innate chi. Only a few of them remain in the world, and only a few of the very ancient sects that existed back in the ancient emperor era still have some of them available in their reserves. As for Wang Wei, he used the wood essence, which is an innate treasure that contains a tremendous amount of vitality, to refine his liver. As a matter of fact, the vitality inside is enough to heal a great emperor on the verge of death. Additionally, this material will also help the next part that he's going to have to temper, his blood. He used a drop of karmic washing water to refine his kidney. According to records, this karmic washing water is said to have the ability to wash away a person's karma in vast quantities. However, this rumor has never been verified due to the scarcity of this material remaining throughout the world. Otherwise, this innate treasure would be seen by so many factions that it would be ridiculous. With it, they will not need the help of a great emperor in order to wash away their karmas. Their disciples will not have to seal themselves for countless generations to be eligible to fight for the next heaven will battle after one failure, or being born at the wrong time. These two innate materials were the only ones that the Tao opening sect had in their possession relating to the 5 elements. As for the third one that Wang Wei used, it was traded by the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty in exchange for Ji Song to enter the pagoda trials. It was called the root metal Qi, and as the name implies, this Qi is considered by all cultivators as the source or origin of all metal, both normal and spiritual, in the myriad emperor world. Wang Wei remembered that after he received that material, his father had a very long and deep envious look on his face. The reason being that this innate Qi was the perfect material to create a sword. According to him, this thing was the dream material of every swordsman, as they could create the ultimate sword with it. It took Wang Tian a great deal of effort not to secretly steal that material and not tell his son of its existence in the first place. As for the remaining 2 materials that he needed, he had to search for them himself. However, he was not worried that he would not find any innate treasure, as he knew that some still existed in secret realms that had not been discovered. As long as he activates his ability to become a son of destiny, he believes that he will find 2 innate materials related to earth and fire. However, he really does not want to use this ability. From his knowledge, he knew that Sons of Destiny was essentially granted by the will of the world, or to be specific, heavenly Tao. The reason is always because the world is facing some kind of danger, and heavenly Tao needed someone to save it. Laws of heaven and earth are fair and absolute, so no one, including a son of destiny, can escape the restraints of karma. So, although their title as Son of Destiny grants them heaven-defying luck or fortune, they're also required to pay a certain price for it. Furthermore, after these Sons of Destiny repay their karma and save the world that granted them such a position, usually they will be rewarded with tremendous luck for their future, then have their title taken away from them, meaning that being a Son of Destiny is nothing but a temporary job with great benefit. However, this is not always the case. Sometimes the person chosen as Son of Destiny does not agree very well with Heavenly Tao. As such, after they accomplish their tasks, they will be left with nothing after their title is taken away. The fate of these people are usually very miserable. Without powerful chi luck to protect, the majority of them who have developed the idea that they can do what they want and will still survive ended up dying due to their own stupidity. The only way that someone could become a Son of Destiny without the help of Heavenly Tao was to conquer the world, then gather the chi luck of the entire world, condense it, and baptize yourself with it. This is essentially a process of transforming earthly luck to heavenly luck. This is basically how Sun Jiaolong became the Son of Destiny through the human destiny sword. Back to the present. After the third round slaughter ended, all the participants left the secret realm that the previous rounds took place. Given that the final round is a fighting competition 1 against 1, it will take place in the massive stadium in the academy. However, before everything began, the 1,000 remaining participants had a few months off before the start of the competition. During this time, they can either stay in their own residence in the academy, they can visit the academy's cities or domain, or they can temporarily return to their own sect. It all depends on their own choice. Inside one of the academy's residences, all the formation were activated, and Family was walking side to side while muttering to himself, "I will be safe for a while inside the academy while everyone is looking for me." After the tournament, as long as I get one of the top 30 spots and place my name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book, I will not be able to be killed until the Primordial Spirit Realm. Mei, I have a few thousand years of safety. The problem now is what I should do after that. Should I just join one of these factions? If so, which one? Damn these emperor lineages. When I had nothing, none of them wanted to accept me due to my low talent. Now that I have an emperor scripture of my own, suddenly I turn into the most delicious piece of meat. So, curse those hypocrites. No, I should curse myself for being so stupid. I should have known that showing that I had the Yin Soul Emperor's inheritance would bring me so much trouble. After all, the rumors that his scripture can bring the dead back to life has been circulating around the world for countless millennia. Then, Family started to walk faster. The more he thought about the situation, the more anxious he became. Sweats started appearing in his forehead despite the fact that such physiological function should not appear on a cultivator in the supernatural realm, and one that cultivates an emperor-grade technique. Maybe I should find a way to secretly leave the myriad emperor world after entering the primordial spirit realm and lay low until the heaven will battle. However, where can a loose cultivator like me have the ability to travel to other planes? Maybe I should contact the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. No. These people are the same as those emperor lineage hypocrites. They will still ask me to hand over my inheritance. Curse you, Yin Soul Emperor. Why couldn't you leave me other resources to cultivate? Why leave me just an inheritance? What's with all this bullshit about not relying on others, about being self-sufficient? Have you seen any of these heaven-chosens not relying on their background to acquire and utilize massive resources? Have you seen any of them being self-reliant and self-sufficient? As a loose cultivator who became a great emperor, you should be aware of the struggle and discrimination that we have to suffer through in this world. So, why couldn't you just leave plenty of resources for me to cultivate? Family started to pull his hair, and he screamed out loud. His footsteps echoed in the room as he paced back and forth, worries oozing out his pores. What to do? What to do? What to do? He muttered nonstop to himself, as if some magical answer would appear to him. Well, it did. You can hand over the scripture in your possession, or I can take it from the cold hand of your core, said another cold and indifferent voice from inside of the heavily protected room. Chapter 242. Family turned his head with great shock in his face when he saw a young man with white hair and cold and ruthless eyes staring at him like a predator on the hunt. He looked around and discovered that all the formations in his residence were still working properly, so he wondered how this person entered his room. After taking a brief moment to calm himself down, he realized who was standing in front of him. So he stuttered, DTon. The two most famous heaven-chosens of this generation are Wang Wei and DTon, and both of them have very distinct and recognizable features. One had gray hair, while the other had white hair. "How did you enter my room?" asked Fan Li while pretending to be calm and collected. "This is the site of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. If you do not want your D family to have any conflict with the Academy, please leave my room as soon as possible, and I will pretend that nothing happened here." However, DTon still had a cold and ruthless look on his face. Then, a powerful killing intent enveloped the room, making Fan Li breathless. "There is no need to use these low-level threats against me, nor is it useful for you to stall for time. I can also tell you no matter what happens inside this room, no one will be the wiser. So, either hand over the Soul Scripture voluntarily, and you may have a chance to survive, or suffer the consequences." Fan Li's face became very ugly after hearing this, so he thought about the situation for a moment. Then he made his decision. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic ghost appeared in front of him. The ghost had bronze skin, was more than 6 meters tall, and had ox for a head and very muscular human body. Then, Fan Li fused with the ghost general that he summoned. However, this was not the end. A powerful energy suddenly appeared inside the room and fused with Fan Li's new form. His skin then turned pale, and his height grew by another 4 meters. An army composed of countless ghosts appeared behind him. These ghosts looked very creepy, as most of them were pale in complexion and had some sort of animal for a head. Unfortunately for Fan Li, due to the limitation of space, the amount of ghosts he could summon was somewhat limited. However, he had another way to get around this problem. Without hesitation, he activated his innate talent, ghost swallowing. After opening his mouth, Fan Li started to eat these ghosts like they were a delicious snack from a well-known restaurant. More importantly, these ghosts did not resist. On the contrary, they seemed to be excited to be a part of Fan Li. It was like they were sailors lost at sea for countless years and were excited to return to land, to return to their home. As Fan Li swallowed ghosts, his body size continued to increase. From the origin's 10 meters, it quickly rose to 15 meters, only stopping once he reached a height of 25 meters. Be that as it may, during the entire process, DTon still had the cold look in his face like the whole world owed him a large sum of money. He did not stop Fan Li's action as if it was inconsequential to him. The Soul Scripture can indeed create a small world full of energy, and it seemed to be connected directly to samsara. Maybe this trip will be rewarding, thought DTon to himself. DTon, today your arrogance will make you suffer. You should have never allowed me to reach my final form. Now go die, roared Fan Li as he threw a powerful punch. Boom! The entire room trembled, seeming as if it was about to be destroyed. The shockwave created by the attack started to spread from the room to the entire manor. Fortunately, all the formations activated themselves and reinforced everything and even prevented the outside from noticing what was happening inside. After that powerful attack, Fan Li had a horrified look on his face as he watched his punch hit DTon, but not a single scratch appeared on him. Not even his clothes were damaged. What made Fan Li more scared was the fact that he did not sense any spiritual chi or origin essence used. How could your fleshly body be so powerful? Asked Fan Li while trembling and with a shaking voice. However, DTon ignored his question. Is that it? Now it's my turn. Then, he randomly threw a normal punch. Boom! Fan Li's left arm was completely annihilated. Boom! Fan Li's right arm was also destroyed. Boom! Boom! Fan Li's remaining limbs were crushed. He then laid on the ground with only his upper torso left intact. Blood was scattered all over the room, and Fan Li was whining in pain on the floor. He felt painful and humiliated. His opponent just used a few random punches, and his most powerful form was completely annihilated. He did not expect that DTon's fleshly body was so powerful. According to the information he knows, Only Wang Wei had such a powerful, fleshly body amongst all the top heaven chosens. Even Ji Song, who had the heavy axe physique, which was a physique known for the strength of its fleshly body, could barely compete with Wang Wei. And that information was outdated. As a matter of fact, Fan Li battled with Ji Song during the third round of the tournament. Using this form, he was able to give the heaven chosen a fair fight solely based on his fleshly body. Of course, after Ji Song had some kind of fortunate encounter, he lost easily when he fought him again. However, he never felt such despair when facing another member of his peers. "Who are you?" asked Fan Li. In his mind, he could not imagine not a member of the younger generation would be so powerful. While Fan Li was waiting for the answer, the ghosts inside his body started to regenerate all his limbs, bones, and muscles. According to his calculation, he will need at least 3 hours to be back to normal. However, as long as he regained a certain level of battle strength, he could escape this room through the Yin world that his cultivation technique granted him. Unfortunately for Fan Li, Di Tian did not talk any nonsense to him. He walked towards with a wave of his hand. A black light flew from his hand and entered Fan Li's body, following which a mournful scream echoed throughout the entire manor. This scream contained the power to destroy anyone with a weak soul. Luckily, Fan Li was very paranoid recently, so he fired all the maids and servants that were inside the manor to serve him. After the scream, all the ghosts inside Fan Li's body felt a terrible fear deep in their souls. So, without hesitation, they left his body and returned to the underworld. The only left was the ghost general. Di Tian then placed his hand on top of Fan Li's head, grabbed his soul, and removed it from his body. His soul looked exactly like the ghost general. Without pause, Di Tian ripped the soul into two. However, it was not to destroy it, but to separate them. He then looked at the floating cloud on his left side and the small ghost general on his right. With a fierce look, the ghost general disappeared, leaving Fan Li's soul to fend for himself. He then looked at Fan Li's soul remaining in his hand. He mobilized his terrifying divine sense and started searching Fan Li's memories. Although the latter tried to resist, his soul strength was nothing compared to Di Tian. To be honest, it was not even close to comparison. It was like comparing a flame on a candle to a quasar, the brightest thing in the universe, well, to mortal scientists. After a few seconds of searching, Di Tian had a frown on his face as he discovered a powerful seal in Fan Li's memory regarding the knowledge about the Yin Soul Scripture. Furthermore, the level of the seal reached the Great Emperor level. Although with a certain amount of time, Di Tian knew that he could break that seal, but he could guess that it would instantly destroy Fan Li's soul before he could get what he wanted. "You could either write the scripture down and hand over to me, or you can experience the pain of your soul burning for eternity." After saying that, a strange silver-white flame appeared in his hand, right under Fan Li's soul. Soon afterward, a scream could be heard coming from the ladder. Less than an hour afterwards, Di Tian had a scripture in his hand and read it, while Fan Li's soul had returned to his body. However, without the ghost to heal him, he was on the verge of dying. "I have given you what you want. Please let me live," said Fan Li with a pleading look on his face. However, Di Tian ignored him as he continued to read the scripture. At first, he had a gleam of joy deep in his eyes. However, as time passed, a deep frown suddenly appeared on his face. Then, a black and white light appeared from his hand, shattering the scripture into countless tiny pieces smaller than sand. "Damn, it's useless," cursed Di Tian out loud. He then looked at Fan Li, his eyes turning deep black. Fan Li opened his mouth to say something, but his head suddenly exploded before he could say anything. Even his soul was completely annihilated, preventing him from entering reincarnation. As for Di Tian, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. A half-arc pendant suddenly appeared in his hand, and he caressed it with the utmost affection while looking at it. "I should have known things would not be that simple. However, Ninger, you do not need to worry. This time, I will be successful. We will finally be reunited. Plus, Chapter 243. After Tion calmed himself down, he slowly walked out of Fan Lee's residence while thinking to himself, although this soul scripture can truly bring the dead back to life from the cycle of samsara, it is no help to me to revive Ninger, meaning I still have to continue with my original plan. However, this scripture can help me greatly increase my 9 samsara fist, thus increase my strength and ensure that my plans go smoothly after walking out of the residence. No one actually discovered him, so he walked in the direction of a hidden corner. There, someone with a hood was waiting for him. As soon as the hooded figure saw Tion, he knelt on the floor before saying, "Sleeper code name, White Wolf, has seen the Lord. It is an honor to be able to serve you again in this reincarnation." "White Wolf," said Tion, "I remember you and your son have served as sleepers for many years. He was very talented. So how is he doing?" "My lord, unfortunately, he reached his limit in the last reincarnation, so his soul was annihilated. However, he was glad to serve you for so long." Tion sighed. Then he said after a brief moment of pause, "I am afraid only a few of the original members still exist to this day. Well, I can't blame them. Even I'm starting to reach my limit. My lord, there is no need to say such ill-fated words. I believe that you will succeed in this generation. We all believe in you." "Okay, this is not the time to be sentimental," replied Tion. "There will be no problem on the Emperor Enlightening Academy side, right?" "No worry, my lord. I have garnered the trust of Headmaster by Han and belong to the faction that absolutely supports him. Additionally, I have made sure that all clues lead to another teacher, so there will be no problem." "That's good. Now, you can return to your position in the academy." The next day, a maid came to Fan Lee's residence to give him his resources. Although he was recently very paranoid, Fan Lee did not completely cut out access to the outside world. As an outer member of the academy, and one as talented as him, he will receive a certain amount of resources to aid in his cultivation every week. After the maid arrived in front of his residence, she waited for him to open the formation and send the resources inside like usual, but nothing happened. After waiting for the entire day with no response, the maid left and reported the situation to the higher-ups of the academy. However, given the recent pressure on Fan Lee due to so many people eyeing his inheritance, the academy figured that he might be hiding for a while, so they visited him personally to reassure him, and used the precious resources to lure him on their side. Nevertheless, there was no response. Thinking that Fan Lee did not accept their solicitation, the academy did not say anything, but kept sending one teacher to try to contact him daily. However, 3 weeks passed by, and Fan Lee never came out of his residence. It was then that the teacher in charge of the situation finally felt that something was wrong. It was one thing for Fan Lee to reject their solicitation, but to just himself inside the room, just like this without interacting with others, something must be wrong. If it was any other time, the teacher might have thought that he was deep in mediation and was cultivating, but the tournament was a few days away, but there was no news from him. So, on a whim, the teacher went to check Fan Lee's soul lamp as he had one like many of the outer members of the academy. This was a symbolic act to show that the outer members were truly part of the academy despite the wanton discrimination they faced daily. After checking the soul lamp, the teacher discovered to his surprise and horror that Fan Lee was dead. So, he immediately went to report to Bai Han, who gave a secret order to forcefully open the formations in the residence. Unfortunately for him, Fan Lee was secretly being watched by so many spy agencies that the Academy's actions were instantly discovered. As such, news of Fan Lee's death soon traveled throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world. Cultivators from different factions started to wonder how he died, who killed him, and more importantly, who had the Soul Scripture in their hands now. Then, all eyes were on the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Since Fan Lee died inside one of their residences, under their protection, the greatest suspicions fell on them. After all, they're the only people capable of entering Fan Lee's residence without anyone noticing. After coming to this conclusion, many other factions accused the Academy of playing foul by secretly killing Fan Lee for his inheritance. In their statement, They argued that it was all right if family chose to join the academy on his own accord, but secretly killing him to take the inheritance is a vile move condemned by all the other factions. As such, the academy should give a proper explanation to the world. Dao opening sect's residence in the academy. Wang Wei, who had left his cultivation retreat to watch the final round of the tournament, was sitting inside a room with Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju. After reading the information handed to him regarding Fan Li's fate, he said, "So, someone got there before us." "I am afraid that is correct, young master," replied Wang Ju. Wang Wei then frowned as he thought about the situation. According to his original plan, he was going to use the array virus to secretly enter Fan Li's residence and acquire the Yin Soul Scripture. He was very interested in this kind of powerful technique, especially with the ability to bring the dead back to life. Although Wang Wei did not have a person who he needed to bring back to death, it would be better to prepare just in case something bad happened in the future. Not to mention the fact that even if he did not have any use for the scripture, his family might need it, especially his grandfather, Wang Chong. Although his grandfather never mentioned his grandmother, Wang Wei could tell that he sometimes missed her greatly. Maybe he would want to revive her. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, the array virus was still in the early stage of development, so it still had many defects and limitations. For one, it could not work on heaven-grade formations, which was exactly the grade of the formations in Fan Li's residence. Knowing the situation, Wang Wei planned to use the array virus to temporarily stop the formation for a brief moment, then taking the opportunity to enter. Unfortunately, before the virus was developed to the point of executing his plan, someone got inside before him. "Big brother, do you think that the Emperor Enlightening Academy is the one that killed him, just like the rumors said?" asked Li Jun. "Not likely," replied Yan Liling instead. "Given the current situation of the academy, and with the whole world watching, they should know that doing something to family would cause them a great deal of trouble, even further ruin their reputation." "Not necessarily. If they managed to acquire his inheritance, the academy would have 9 emperor scriptures tying with our Dao opening sect. This is incentive enough for them to take the risk," replied Li Jun. Both of them had excellent points, but Wang Wei was leaning more on Yan Liling's side. For some reason, after hearing this news, the picture of the white-haired young man who left a lasting impression on him appeared inside his mind. He had a feeling that he was the one responsible for this despite not having any evidence. The question now is, why did he take the scripture? Could it be just like him? He wanted to have it just in case. Or did he have someone precious to him that he wanted to revive? Wang Wei was a little frustrated as he did not have much information to go with. So, after taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he looked at all of them before saying, "It does not matter whether the academy did it or not, as we can use this situation to our advantage. Wang Ju, tell my father to increase the rumors that the academy killed Fan Li for his inheritance. This should be very beneficial to our plans." "No problem, young master." After that, Wang Wei looked at Li Jun. "Are you ready for the final round? You don't need to worry, big brother. I guarantee you a spot on the top 30 with no problem. It's good that you are confident, but be careful." "Why?" "Well, I doubt that the academy would let you easily enter the top 30 knowing that I want the token to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets." "Are you saying that the academy would cheat?" asked Li Jun with an incredible look on his face. Despite how terrible the academy's reputation is currently, he knew that it was just his big brother who smeared their names. Although the academy is not full of saints and has done many terrible things, compared to many other factions, they are relatively fair, especially when it comes to the heaven-chosen selection trial. The academy would never cheat. At least, there has never been a discovered case of cheating for millions of years. "I do not know," replied Wang Wei. "All I'm saying is that you should be more careful just in case." Li Jun nodded as he took these words to heart. He will be vigilant during all his matches. After seeing his little brother's change in attitude, Wang Wei secretly nodded in satisfaction. "Well, if there is nothing to be further discussed, you call all leave. I have a date with the most beautiful woman in the world waiting for me." Big brother, do you have a date with She Sure? Yelled Li Jun in surprise. You cannot do that, Wu Hong's sister-in-law. Wang Wei looked at him with a speechless look, then smacked him in his head. What's She Sure? I'm talking about Wu Hong. Oh, said Li Jun while scratching his head and an embarrassment on his face. As he looked through the corner of his eyes, he saw Yin Liling gave him a look. Instantly, he could understand what that look meant. You, of all people, should not be talking about being faithful. So, he smiled wryly without looking at her. Chapter 244. A meeting of the upper echelons took place after news of Fan Li's death spread out quicker than any wildfires. All the teachers had a frown on their faces, rendering the atmosphere in the room quite somber and dreary. How is the situation? Asked Headmaster Bai Han after a while, finally breaking the silence and starting the meeting. As bad as one would expect, replied the teacher in charge of gathering information for the academy. The rumors that we killed Fan Li for his inheritance have dramatically increased. No doubt that the people of the Dao opening sect are using this opportunity to further ruin our reputation. On top of that, many factions have started to ask our academy for an explanation, putting pressure on us. So, what if they ask us for an explanation? Said one teacher. Since when has our academy ever been afraid of anyone? In many situations, this might be the case, but when all of them have the opportunity to ally, to fight against us, adding the possibility that the Dao opening sect might join the situation, there's really nothing we can do at this point. On top of that, many of our allies have started to doubt us, thinking that we are selfish for taking the inheritance for ourselves without giving them any benefits even though they supported us during our lowest point. Some of them have even threatened to stop supporting us if we do not give them a proper explanation. After hearing this explanation, a collective sigh could be heard inside the meeting room. This sigh symbolized all the grievances that these teachers have suffered in the past few decades. They wanted to lash out, but could not find a person or thing to lash out to, especially the person truly responsible for all their pain and suffering. After a few seconds of silence, Headmaster Bai Han asked, "Is there any good news at all?" Well, the only good news is the fact that no sect or faction has brought the possibility of an Emperor Dao war so far. Despite the rising tension, everything seemed to be under certain control. To be honest, Headmaster, I find this fact very disturbing. It was as if everybody was waiting for something, but I do not know what exactly. All the teachers had a serious look on their faces after hearing this. They did not doubt this teacher's words, as he was in charge of not just gathering information for the academy, but analyzing them as well. And until the recent events, he had been excellent at his job. He had been with the headmaster since they were young. And in many of his confrontations with the shadow of the Dao opening sect, his information has granted Bai Han many advantages over Wang Tian. As for Bai Han, he too believed in his agent's words, but since they could not discover any concrete evidence, nor was there any speculation of what truly was going on, he had to move on. Keep a lookout for any sudden change in the situation. Now, what about how the person who killed Fan Li? Do we have any clues whatsoever, especially how that person managed to disarm all the formations? The information gathering teacher looked in a certain direction for a brief moment before answering the question. There lied a group of teachers that had strongly disagreed with Bai Han's decision to rig the competition. Ever since that event, there's been a little rift among the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. One of our teachers opened the formation for someone else. After an investigation, we discovered that the teacher had committed suicide while leaving a note claiming that the people of the Dao opening sect forced him. However, after betraying the academy, he felt ashamed of his actions, so he killed himself to atone for his sins. Was that person controlled? And how reliable is this suicide note? Asked Bai Han with a heavy tone. After our investigation, we could not determine whether he was under any spell or origin artifacts, as his soul was annihilated. As for the note, there was no sign of tampering, meaning that the note was indeed written by the teacher. However, this note means nothing, replied Bai Han. Even if we were to announce it to the public, they will just think that we were trying to frame the Tao opening sect to get out of this sticky situation. Not to mention the fact that whoever did this is trying to further increase our conflict with the Tao opening sect. So, our academy lost a Saint Realm powerhouse. Our reputation was further tarnished, and the whole world appeared to be our enemy. Yet, we cannot do anything about it, asked one teacher. The room was once again covered by a depressing silence. The fact that what that person said was true, and the fact that he stated such a fact as plainly and straightforward as possible, made the entire situation even worse. What about divination? Could we divine the perpetrator? Or ask the Heaven Mystery Pavilion to do it for us? Said one person with hope and yearning. Divination did not have any result. As for the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, they said that they did not want to have anything to do with this situation. So, what do we do now? Asked one teacher with a weak and helpless voice. Unfortunately, no one answered him, not even Headmaster Baihan. However, this time, the silence did not last long as one of the teachers in the faction that was opposing Baihan slowly said, I think that there is plenty of room and time to salvage the situation. First, we could have the headmaster swear both a heavenly Tao oath and Tao oath that the academy did not have anything to do with Fan Li's death in front of the entire world. Second, we can pay certain remuneration to all our allies for the support they have given us during these stressful times. This act should greatly appease them and strengthen our alliance. Finally, we can talk to Sacred Sun Wang Wei and the people of the Tao opening sect. We can agree to allow him to enter the secret realm of the 3,000 Tao tablets. We can even negotiate to give him as much time as the champion of the tournament. The room became silent again. This time the teachers were thinking about the feasibility of this plan, the positive and negative of doing such a thing. This plan is feasible. Although our Emperor Enlightening Academy would lose a lot of resources and a little bit of face, it will not affect us too much. Plus, if Lin Fan manages to prove the Tao, who would care about the little loss of face? So, I think the best solution is to go through this rough time as quickly as possible. Then later on, we can repay 100-fold all the humiliation we suffered. 1,000-fold would be better. I agree. Me too. The majority of people agreed with this plan. To be precise, the majority of people in the opposite faction agreed with this plan especially, since one of their own came up with it. So, after coming with a preliminary decision, they all looked at Headmaster Baihan for his final decision. After all, he is the one who has the final say. I agree with your first 2 points, but Wang Wei cannot get access to the Tao tablets. Headmaster, this is not the time to be stubborn, yelled one teacher. Please place your personal feeling aside for the benefit of the academy. This is not about my personal feeling, replied Baihan. It's just too late. The plan for Li Jun has already been set in motion. Jisong has already got his hands on the demon god bone, so it is too late to stop our actions. The people of the opposing factions looked at the stubborn Baihan. Then they looked at the people who supported him no matter what, hoping that someone with enough reason would try to persuade him. But it was useless as no one spoke. As a matter of fact, many people felt as indignant as Baihan. After going through so much effort, after sacrificing so much, they did not want to stop their actions. They can agree for the academy to bow its head to the world, but not to a member of the younger generation no matter how talented he was. Maybe at first, these people supported Baihan because they had faith in their leader or the fact that they were used to always supporting him. However, the recent events have changed their minds. Subconsciously, many people in Baihan's faction blamed Wang Wei for all that has happened to them in the academy. Hence, the reason that they were adamant about stopping. After realizing the situation, the opposing faction sighed melancholy, but they did not say anything. So, the Academy's plan for the current situation was established. After the meeting, all the teachers went their separate ways. However, another secret meeting took place somewhere in the Academy. This time it was all the true monarchs who were meeting. Have you guys noticed? Asked one of the true monarchs communicating through divine sense. Yes, Baihan and his supporters are enveloped by Qi of Calamity. replied one of the true monarch. So, should we intervene? Chapter 245. We can tell him about it, but I doubt it will make any difference. After all, Chi of Calamity has the ability to influence a cultivator's mind, replied one of the Supreme Realm true monarchs. We can place a seal to prevent other people from seeing it. After all, we do not want other factions to use this fact to their advantage. Plus, if Baihan and his group can quickly awaken from this disaster, then their state of mind should sublimate. At that time, reaching the Supreme Realm will become easier. That's a good method. With this path of Supreme slowly opening up, this is the perfect time. So, all the true monarchs decided on the next step of action. However, one person, Qiu Jinlin Fan's Dao Protector, said, "None of that truly matters as long as this Chi of Calamity does not force Baihan to start an Emperor Dao war on a whim. What I really care about is the reason for such a thing to happen. Isn't it obvious? Heavenly Dao used the Chi of Calamity to cloud Baihan's mind, thus making him act irrationally, thus ensuring that he remains Wang Wei's enemy despite the fact that bowing his head would be the wisest and best choice in this situation," said one of the true monarch. That's correct. If this was a normal Baihan, he would never act in such a way. Another person. I know all of this, replied Qiujin. The issue is why Heavenly Dao did this. Have you guys noticed that in this generation, the amount of time that Heavenly Dao intervened is quite high, especially the secret schemes? All of us here have lived for a very long time, but in our generation, I doubt that Heavenly Dao intervened even once except for granted merits. Even then, it did not really show up, but the mechanism that is responsible for granting the merit merely activated itself once the requirements were met. But in this generation, Heavenly Dao showed many times. And most of the time, it involved that sacred son Wang Wei. What I want to know is why. As Supreme Realm powerhouses, they are beings closest to the Dao. So, they can feel that Heavenly Dao does not really like Wang Wei. As a matter of fact, even the true monarchs of the Dao opening sect have also started to notice something wrong. But they have not completely figured out the reason yet. Maybe it has to do with the fact he brought divine punishment thunder a few years ago. Or maybe because of his soul. That thing is not natural. Maybe things are not that simple, said one of the true monarchs. Maybe we should go over the secret archives of the Academy and see if we can discover something. Agree. After everyone came to a decision, the meeting came to an end. However, one person still had something else to say. According to this situation, we might have to intervene in the control of the Academy. The conversation became silent. After a while, someone said, "According to our previous agreement, we would not intervene in the Academy's management unless necessary. Otherwise, a power imbalance could be created, leading to infighting. Now, things have not reached such a level yet." All the other true monarchs nodded in acknowledgement. The truth of the matter is that this generation was a strange one. According to precedent, all the previous headmasters, great teachers, and elder teachers were supposed to be in the Supreme Realm. As for the position of Supreme Elder or Supreme Teacher, this was a position or title reserved to the Dao ancestors and immortal venerables of the Academy. Unfortunately, the path of Supreme was cut off in the last generation, making it impossible for the younger generations to reach similar height in cultivation level as the older generation. Nevertheless, the older generation were old and weary, and in order for any factions to improve and move forwards, they needed the younger generation to take charge. After noticing that there was no way to actually become true monarch, the older generation realized that if they keep holding the power of their factions without passing it on, an imbalance of power might occur and the younger generation might become resentful. This was not conducive for the future development of their factions. So, all of them came to the same decision. They will take a supporting role while giving all the power of their factions to the young generation. Hence the reason that Saint Realm true persons like Wang Tian and Baihan are in charge of their own factions despite their lack of cultivation. As for the older generation like Wang Chong and Xiao Jin, they decided to only interfere when absolutely necessary. Inside a plain and simple residence with few decorations. Bai Han had just returned to his residence when he received a notice from true monarch Xiao Jin to come see him. Albeit a little surprised and confused by the sudden visit, he still prepared tea to properly welcome the true monarch. Although Bai Han used to be a true monarch as well, since he was not currently, he still had to give the necessary respect. What? Am enveloped by Qi of Calamity? Yelled Bai Han with great surprise. Then, instantly, he started using a secret technique. Immediately, he noticed a red hue hovering around his head, making his face very ugly. As for Xiao Jin, he was a little surprised at Bai Han's technique. It must be a very powerful one to be able to notice the Qi of Calamity in the Saint realm, especially since it allows Bai Han to see his own Qi of Calamity. The odd thing about Qi of Calamity is that other powerful people can see it on other people, but it is extremely difficult to notice it on themselves, making it very difficult to deal with. "What are you going to do now?" asked Xiao Jin calmly. Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. He started to think about his next step of action. A part of him told him to stop his action against Wang Wei, as he is just being used as Heavenly Tao's pawn. Another part of him is telling him that he has come so far, and he is so close to succeed, so there is no need to stop. As for the Qi of Calamity, it just brought the deep desire inside his heart and had little effect on him. Sweat started to fall down from Bai Han's forehead, drenching his clothes wet. One of his eyes twitched constantly without stopping. After more than 3 hours, Bai Han sighed before saying, "The plan will continue. Is that so?" Replied Xiao Jin calmly without any surprise in his face, as he knew that this was the horror of Qi of Calamity. Even if someone knew that their mind was being influenced, they could not do anything about it. It takes a lot of effort and a very powerful state of mind to get rid of the influence of the Qi of Calamity, and sometimes this was not even enough. "So be it," replied Xiao Jin. After sealing the Qi of Calamity from Bai Han to prevent other people from noticing it, he left without saying anything else. Xiao Jin and the other true monarch did not really care about the situation. As long as the academy had them and the sleeping ancestors, then nothing would truly happen besides maybe being forced to close their door for a while. As for Bai Han, if he can go through this catastrophe, his mind will sublimate and set a powerful foundation for his path of supreme. If he fails, then he might lose everything. Just like that, a few days passed by. The day of the final round of the tournament began. Just like the first round, Bai Han appeared in front of all the people watching to introduce the event. However, he did not immediately do so, but instead started to swear to heaven and earth and to the Tao that he and the academy had nothing to do with Fan Li's death. While Bai Han was doing his little speech, inside the D family's floating booth, Di Tian had a frown on his face as his eyes laid on Bai Han. Qi of Calamity? I remember the last time that I encountered this thing was during the incense era. These bald Buddhist monks were covered from head to toe with that thing. It made them totally crazy. These monks' pursuit of the power of incense became a destructive obsession. They were willing to do anything and kill anyone in their pursuit of faith. Now that I think about it, the absolute beginning emperor might have been affected by that thing too. Otherwise, it could not explain his obsession to eradicate Buddhism altogether. After thinking about this for a moment, Di Tian sneered. It all made sense now. Heavenly Tao probably did not want the myriad emperor world to turn into a civilization of faith under the power of Buddhism, so it secretly planned their destruction. Using Qi of Calamity on the entire Buddhist sect led to them offending so many people in their pursuit of faith. All it had to do was wait for someone that had the talent to become an eternal emperor and had a deep grudge with Buddhism. Then, by using that same Qi of Calamity, it can make that person completely eradicate the faith-based Buddhism. Unfortunately, even Heavenly Tao miscalculated the hatred that the absolute beginning emperor had and the power of Qi of Calamity. Buddhism as a sect is very beneficial to any civilization as it can bring peace and enlightening of the mind. only the faith aspect was detrimental. I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao only wanted that aspect to be eradicated, leaving the other part intact. But the Chi of Calamity might have affected the absolute beginning emperor beyond its calculation, leading to him completely eradicating Buddhism from the lower dimension. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.